All right. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is the InSpec Basic instructional course hosted by CMS, brought to you by the Security Automation Framework of both MITRE and CMS. And I just want to thank everybody today for taking the time to join us and to learn a little bit about the technologies. We lost your screen display again, Eugene. There we go. All right. And so I just want to take a few minutes to introduce myself and my team. If the TAs could introduce themselves, and then if the students want to speak up and just kind of say a little bit about, to get an idea of who we have in the class and what organizations you're representing, that would be wonderful. So I'll just leave it to the TAs to introduce themselves quickly, and then I'll do a quick introduction of myself.
Well, I'll chime in. I'm not just the coordinator. I've been working with Aaron for about 5 years now. 4 years. How long has it been? My background is in information security, I'm with MITRE, supporting CMS in recent years. My background is in security control assessment. I'm not really a developer or an operator, though I have been an admin in the past, but I've done different kinds of security testing by hand and by scrutiny. And I wish I had tools like this back in the day. And that's kind of what I bring to it, as Aaron and I have been working through this DevOps journey. And this is one of the core tools. InSpec is one of the core tools that has been very useful in helping to make that happen. Maybe Mo?
Yep, I'm one of the instructors, Mo. I've been working with Aaron and Eugene, I think, close to 4 years now. And my work has primarily been revolving around InSpec profile development as well as resource development. Yeah. Roni?
Good morning, all. My name is Roni Xavier. I'm a cybersecurity engineer working with Aaron, Mo, and Eugene for over 3 years now. So primarily supporting InSpec development and compliance validation and hardening in general by multiple sponsors, CMS and etc. Currently focusing on compliance validation in non-traditional environments such as cloud environments and containerized platforms. That's it. Thank you.
I'm just going to interject. By the way, thank you to CMS for sponsoring this session of training. Most of the students today are from CMS staff or their support contractors, but we do have a number of students from other agencies or contractors for other agencies, and a number of our MITRE colleagues as well, who are trying to learn in support of our other sponsors. So again, thanks to CMS for their support.
I can go next. So my name is Shivani. I can help you with any issues that you have. So you can hit us up on Zoom or even in the console chat. I'm an application security engineer working on InSpec profile development. Will, you want to go next?
Sure. Hi, my name is Will Dower. I'm on the MITRE security automation team, which I've been working with for about a year now. Most of my work has been on the public-facing security automation framework site for both MITRE itself and for CMS. And I'm happy to be TAing the course.
All right, I think that leaves just me. Hi, everyone. I'm Libby. I have been with the team for about a year or so now, just over a year. I took the class, I think, around this time last year, and I've TA'd it once or twice since. So yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Wonderful. And my name is Aaron Lippold. I am the lead of the security automation framework at MITRE. And just so that you guys are aware, the security automation framework is a cross coordination and a cooperative program amongst many government agencies and vendors in the security community. We have pretty much everybody you could think of in the defense, intelligence, and federal space, and as well as continued corporate and vendor adoption. Some pretty big hitters, and Nessus, VMware, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and it's been a very positive growth over the years. And so we hope we can continue that growth to help make life better for everyone. So a little bit about myself. I'm originally a high performance computing researcher out of the National Science Foundation and the National Center for Supercomputing Applications. And then after that, I was recruited into the military and the Defense Department to help them with open source technologies and did a lot of that work for policy and things like that. Was the leader of the Forge.mil project and helped get quite a few of the technologies you actually see on the screen up and going through various funding initiatives and stuff out of the defense and intelligence communities. So I've been had the pleasure of working with companies like Puppet and Ansible and Chef when they were first starting. And I was also one of the primary developers of the InSpec language. So the InSpec language actually has some interesting history. It actually comes out of Deutsche Telekom. So again, that big telecom and infrastructure development kind of pushing innovation through the open community. So it's very interesting. So if you guys have any questions about that or want to have a side conversation about how that all came to be, I'm happy to tell the story, but I won't belabor everyone with it here. So let's get right into it. So InSpec is a second generation compliance language that was born kind of out of the need from the lessons learned that we had with previous technologies like Oval and SCAP, which myself and a few other people in the community around, let's say the 2006, 2007 timeframe started to develop. And as we kind of pushed forward on this idea of continuous and configuration management, continuous delivery, those types of things, we knew we needed to kind of fill in the yin and the yang of the ability to automatically configure and manage, and then the ability to automatically test and validate. And so as you can kind of see, the evolution of operational development, DevOps, continuing authorization, has a normal standardized pattern of build, harden, configure, test, validate, deploy, and then push into production. And the ecosystem around those tools has grown over the years, right? And so InSpec and configuration management, Ansible and Puppet, all those types of pieces have grown to kind of build out that business use case. So what we hope to develop in the class over the next couple of days and in the next month when we go into the advanced course is how do you grow this technology to meet your organizational and your operational needs? How do you utilize it? And then how do you expand it to be able to test new capability and develop new profiles and even new resources when you need to as we go forward. When we take a look at the next section, 1.2, we kind of see a standardized workflow process developing where we need a way to be able to articulate what has historically been paper guidance of benchmarks such as STIGs or CIS, foundational benchmarks, or even organizational guidance about sets of tests and configuration management settings that we need to be able to validate such that we can apply them and capture them in code, and then configure instances, and then be able to test that they meet those requirements. And then the other thing that we were very structured about was when we knew that once we got that information, we needed to be able to insert it into business processes. So standardized results output and then standardized visualization became key, because as you have multiple tools and multiple technologies, you need to be able to normalize, as we say, that data. And then we need to be able to standardize the visualization around that data such that you can have continuous conversations and common conversations around what that information is telling you. So the data itself doesn't tell you right, wrong, or indifferent. It just gives you state, right? So it gives you it passed or it failed. Whether that's good or bad in your case or in your situation is all relative to where you are in the ongoing life cycle and your mission application. So, we try to help teach our students how to make those determinations, how to have positive conversations around that, because we can always get a little closer to the bullseye, right? But we have to be able to continue to keep the ball moving. So, and then in the last part of it, as we're processing these various results, in this particular example, we talk about when we're processing InSpec results, but this could apply to any of the supported data formats inside the SAF domain. We needed to be able to convert that data and insert it into various business processes, because there's always more than one way that you might utilize this data. So, we'll talk about how do we standardize and normalize this data, push it into business processes like CI/CD pipelines, like even older tools like the Stig viewer, or even large STEM tools, as CMS does with their CFAX program, or the Department of Defense does with their EMAS programs, and utilize that data to push forward the business process. So those are some of the concepts and ideas that we're going to go over in the class, kind of rooting InSpec as kind of the communication mechanism, or the language of communication of code. So if you guys have any questions or any use cases that you want to go over, those types of things, we'll invite the class at some point to kind of talk about some of your use cases and see if we can work together as a class to see how we would apply these technologies. And in doing so, kind of give you a realistic learning experience about how to utilize InSpec and the various supporting technologies to kind of meet those things. So I think pretty much I did section 2, but let me take a look. No, we just mislabeled.
Yeah, this is typically where Mo steps in and starts getting right into the structure.
Yeah. So with that, I'll open it up and say, well, does anybody have any general questions before we get started? Does that overview make sense to everybody? Is that kind of what you were expecting?
Yeah, that looks great.
Well, wonderful. And again, thank you guys for taking the time. And so tomorrow's class, we will definitely try to be starting on time. So if everyone could do their best to be here at around 9, that would be great. Just as a benefit to the other students, because I want to respect everybody's time. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mo, and he will talk to you about the structure of an InSpec profile and kind of the basics of the components that are inside those. And I'll leave it to him. So Mo, do you want to take over screen share or what's
That's
easiest
what
for
I'm
you?
doing right now.
Well, sure, just grab it. You know, just pull it right away.
All right, let me know if you see my screen.
Yes, we see it.
All right, perfect. So as Aaron has already given an overview of what InSpec is, now we're going to take a look at how it looks when you're actually working with InSpec. So as an example, this is an Nginx profile that we have. Inside of this, you'll have specific types of files that build up this profile that we can go ahead and do the testing on. We'll go into detail a little bit more about what each of these files are, but this is the general overview of what the file structure will look like. Then we have an actual control, which, as you can see, it's stripped down from the STIG itself. We have the title, we have the description of what it is, we have the different types of tags, like the NIST tags, the STIG IDs, all the metadata that you'd find in a STIG. And then finally, you'd have the check text as well as the fixed text. All of that is encompassed inside of the actual control in InSpec. Then the only part that actually matters for InSpec to do its testing is this little small section right here. Now, after running said test, if it failed, we'll get a failure, and it'll tell us what result it expected and what it actually got. If it passed, it would show us that it passed. And then finally, just seeing how multiple results will show up together. Now, to be able to ingest this data and actually use it, we can actually export this data into a JSON format and then put it into another tool, such as Heimdall, which we'll showcase later, to be able to better read and better take actions on the results that you found. Now, once more, this is a very quick overview. We will go into more detail for all of this in the next sections, but this is just to get you an idea of what we'll be looking at and what we'll be expecting as results. Any questions so far?
So I just want to clarify one point. So when we generate all these profiles from the various data sources, we do try to maintain a full data transfer of the benchmark and all of its metadata, and capture that so that it's all carried through to the entirety of the testing phase. So I think Mo misspoke just a little bit when he said strip down, but we don't actually remove any data. So I don't want you to get the impression that we pick and choose, right? We take wholeheartedly everything that's in the test and everything that's captured in the testing definition and transfer it into the automated tests so that it's reusable in the post-processing stage. So, and that's a best practice that, you know, we like to maintain or try to maintain with any testing content that we build and create.
All right. So for this next section, we're actually going to get started into the Cloud9 environment. So if anyone is still having trouble getting into Cloud9, could you please let us know now?
Mo, I'm working with one student,
Mhm.
just as a heads up. Desmond, are you able to let us know what you're seeing?
I still cannot get in. I get the 400 doing is not authorized to open the environment.
Yeah. So you got the 400 error still?
Yes, I log out, go back in using the link you gave me.
Mhm.
I took it.
Okay, so Mo, do you
So,
happen?
so
Go
it
ahead.
sounds like we should probably do a quick breakout room with one of the TAs and the student, and then we can just share screen with them.
Sounds good.
So yeah, if one of the TAs could do a breakout room with the student, that'd be wonderful.
Yep, on it.
Anybody else having trouble getting into the Cloud9 environment? So it's important that everybody's in their Cloud9 environment because we definitely want you guys to try to take advantage of the hands-on learning, in the course. Listening is great. That gives you about 50% retention. Hands-on is much better. It gives you about 90% retention. So we definitely want everybody to be in their Cloud9 environment and, working, hands-on, side by side.
Whoa.
Wonderful. Were we able to get the breakout room going?
I'm still with you.
Yeah, I've created one. I'm trying to move to it.
All right. Well, let's continue, and we'll get the breakout room set up. And if we have any challenges, we'll make sure to take care of it on the break. So I'll hand it back to you, Mo.
Sounds good. So first of all, one thing I want every student to do is if you click on the little environment right here, it'll pop out with the file explorer. And I want you to open up your specific student folder. For us, it's the instructor folder. For you, it'll be whatever your student folder is. And we're going to open up the instructions text file. So I'll also open up one of the students' ones as an example. So as student one, for example, right here, you will see 2 X's at the end of the IP address for lines 10, 13, 24, and 27. Those X's should be replaced with whatever your student ID is. So if you're student 1, this would be 01. If you're student 20, this would be 120, and so on and so forth. I'd recommend you change those up for your specific student files because this is how we're going to be connecting to our target boxes later on. Going back to the instructors one, you can see we have the 100 for ours. And I'll give everyone a few minutes to do that.
Quick question. Line 27, the inspect command is 172.31.0. Is that 22?
Are you talking about the port?
No. The port's 22, but the last octet, is it 2XX?
Yes. So you would
Okay.
replace the XX with whatever your student ID is.
Okay, I just want to verify that too. I overstepped and deleted it. That's all. Thank you.
And if you are a single digit user, then it is 0 and then whatever your student number is. Otherwise, if you're a double digit, then go ahead and put your double digits there. And same thing for line 24 and 13 and 10.
So it looks like a couple of the students are having challenges with their profile and a couple connecting to the boxes. So
Did you guys want us to connect to the boxes?
Not at the moment. We'll be doing that later, but I wanted to get this step out of the way.
Yeah. And then my second comment is if you do a control F, you can do a find and replace and, make your editing easier.
Yep, absolutely.
and one of the students I did see was trying to connect to a 200 box. I think the 200 boxes are for tomorrow, day 2.
Yep,
100 boxes are today, day 1.
Hey, Mo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, quick question. So like my student number is 32. I already see that it seems like it's changed for me, or like it's 32 to 32 for the IP. So I'm not sure what else should I be doing.
Have you already written it out?
Maybe lost here. So
did you already change your IPs in the text file?
Yes, I mean I didn't do anything. It seems like it was already. I see it as one.
I'm 32. At least that's what I thought I was. So I'm checking.
Oh, maybe that I
email.
got my number. All right, let's see.
I'll check mine because I thought I was 32.
Okay, no worries. I see mine was, yeah. So you did.
Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm 36. You're Rajan?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my fault.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, at least you got it fixed for you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. Stepping on your toes.
No problem at all.
So for today, on day 1, we will be using these 100 boxes. The 200 boxes do not exist yet. I will be spinning those up tomorrow morning before the class, so no need to worry about the 200s as of yet. We'll be focused mainly on these. All right, next thing we want to do is you can actually click the plus button right here and open up a new terminal. Now I'm going to show 2 ways to get to your specific day 1 environment where we will be working. Method number 1 is if you are comfortable with the command line, we can actually path over there. So I'm going to do CD, and then for us, it's the instructor folder. For you, it'd be whatever your student is. Then we're going to go into day 1. And that is the location we want to be in. And you should see the full path of where you are right here. Always be sure that you are in your specific directory that you want to be in, because we don't want to be in another student's folder by accident. We could actually overwrite someone else's code in this sense. The other method is from the file explorer that you guys see over here, is if you were to go ahead and expand out to day one, you can right click and then select the option near the bottom that says open terminal here. This will open up a terminal directly to the location that you want to be working in. So that's an alternative method if you don't want to do the command line to get to the folder that you want. So for example, if I'm student 5 right here, I can click on day 1, can right click it, open terminal here, and as you can see, I'm in the environment, I'm in the student 5 folder, I'm in the day 1 folder, and I'll be working in that environment. Also, I will be posting once more in the chat. We are in section 3. I sent the link again if anyone wants to have the class up side by side, the class material. And the first command that we're going to actually want to write is going to be InSpec init profile my and then nginx. What this is doing, this is just calling the InSpec. We're initializing a new profile and we're naming it my nginx. By pressing enter, you should receive a result similar to this. And I'll give everyone a minute or two to go ahead and get that written out and get their profile started.
So is everybody able to get into their day 1 directory and get the terminal worked out? Anybody not able to do that at this point?
By the way, one thing that briefly confused me, when you open the terminal, it's not going to be to the IP that you have in your inspect commands. That threw me for a moment.
Oh yeah, the InSpec command. So the way InSpec works, we can actually have a runner with InSpec on it, and then whatever target that we are trying to reach does not have to have InSpec installed at all. What InSpec is doing is that we'll be connecting over SSH, and off of our runner, it's running these tests, connecting to the target and getting the results that we want back from there. So the commands that we saw in the instructions are going to be targeting a target box that we have pre-set up for you guys. So yeah, completely different for now.
Well, I think he was going after the Cloud9 IP address. That's the workstation that we're on, because it is different. You know, the IP that it shows is the same IP that you have, but we're just in different directories.
I'm sorry, can you explain that one more time?
Yeah, if you look up at the top where it says bash, you'll see the IP address.
Yes.
Everybody's on that IP address.
Yeah, I believe that might be the IP address for this Cloud9 environment.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. I've worked with the Cloud9 a little bit and then realized I didn't want to pay for the instance.
All right, if we go ahead and type tree on the my nginx profile, this is what we are looking at. We have the README right here. The README is just going to provide documentation about the profile, including what it covers, how to run it. We have the controls directory, and the controls directory is what will contain all the files which implement the InSpec tests. This example.rb is an example that is always created for you whenever you initialize a new profile, and that shows some example InSpec tests over there. We would rename this to whatever we want in our current profile that we're writing out. Then we have our inspec.yaml, which provides the metadata or information about the profile. This is pretty much the manifest of the profile itself. Inspec.yaml also provides a couple additional features, which we will be going over a little bit later in the course. Now, if I was to expand the day one folder for us, and then expand the MyNginX and the controls directory, I can open up the example.rb and take a look at what we see over there. So over here, we can see that what this test is doing is it's actually trying to find a directory. It's there are quite a few components, but mainly how InSpec is written. We have this keyword that they use to describe, and then we have some form of entity that we are testing against. In this case, we are using a resource that is built into InSpec, which is called file, and we're looking at the temp directory. And then we have an expectation. We're saying it, and then we have some sort of expectation. This expectation is that this temp directory should be a directory. Now, this same test is written again in the example. They're just showing different forms of how to write it. When you are writing it as a control, you will have the control keyword. You will have a control identifier, some key identifier, so that way when you get the results back, it encompasses your tests within the control. You'll have some metadata such as impact, the title, the description, and then the testing itself. Now, when we look at the code over here, what we can actually do is to understand what file is. I think it's down here. Yep. We can actually go to the chef page, which has the file resource, and it explains to you exactly what that resource is, what its capabilities are, as well as some examples of how to use it. We also linked for you the resources page, so you can take a look at every single resource that exists in InSpec. And we'll go into more detail in a little bit. Any questions so far about this? All right. We can move on then. Now we're going to get hands-on, and let me go ahead. That's the new part we're in, section 4. So in section 4, what we want to be doing is we're going to write a couple tests based on a couple different things that we want to test in Nginx. So we're going to try to figure out what the capabilities are to test what we want. First things first, I'm going to clear my screen. We're going to enter the InSpec shell. The InSpec shell is an interactive session of InSpec that we can go ahead and test out different code, different functionality of InSpec itself. Once you type InSpec shell, you'll see that we're inside of the shell itself. It'll say InSpec right here. Now, another thing you'll notice is it'll tell you exactly what type of machine you are on. So in this case, it's an Amazon, it's of the Red Hat family, it's a release 2, and it's an x86 architecture. So when we are running the InSpec shell, it can provide you the information of what the testing environment we are in. First command we're going to type is help. This will give us an idea of what type of features we can run. So we can do help resources to see what type of resources are available to us. This right here listed all the resources that are available. As you can see, the file resource that we were just looking at a little bit earlier is right there. Now, this is just one way to look at it. As I showed you before, we also have it documented in the Chef website right here. So it's an either or. If you prefer command line, you have that option while you're working straight within the shell. Otherwise, you do have the resources page for you where you can look at the resources. All right. So earlier, what we were looking at was the describe block. And we saw that the file resource, we were looking at the temp. And we want to know like what type of properties that we can actually test against. So I'm going to write file temp dot class dot superclass dot instance methods false dot sort. This right here shows you all the different characteristics of what you can do. So as we saw earlier, one of the things we did was it should be a directory. And when we look at the different properties that we can actually test against, we see that directory is right here. So we can actually test if this file resource is a directory. We can also see if it exists. We can check the file version. We can check the group ID, and you can see all the different properties that we can do with it. So in this case, when we go ahead and do the temp, and we say, is it a directory? We get back true.
So Mo, seems to be a difference here in the properties. So some of them have a question mark at the end, and some of them don't. And when we actually utilize directory, we said B under bar directory. How does that work?
So that's part of the way that Ruby is, isn't it? I think part of the RSpec.
Yep.
Yeah, it's part of the RSpec language where when you do a question mark, it is the equivalent of doing the B underscore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the so the question mark in Ruby defines that we're getting a Boolean back, and then RSpec automatically prepends these nice function calls, because one of the functions of RSpec is to kind of be human readable, right? So in your InSpec expressions, you could say be mounted or be more permissive than, or but you wouldn't say be size, right? You would just say size. So, that's one of the things that, trips a lot of students up is, how do I tell if something is a Boolean versus it'll return an integer or a string? The convention is, if I'm working with a function, right, or a method, which we call properties in our spec, the question mark kind of denotes that, hey, this is a Boolean. It'll return a true or a false, right? So I can use the be or should not, and those types of things. So.
Yep. So one way we looked at it was using it the exact same way that we saw with the directory with the question mark. Another way of working in the shell is you can actually copy and paste code as is. So I'm going to go to the example RB. I'm copying from line 6 to 8. And you can just paste that in directly. And it'll go ahead and do the test for you. And it says right here, file temp is expected to be a directory. We got a check mark. Test summary is we have one successful test run.
What if you're getting no results from any of the commands?
What do you mean by getting no results? Are you in the shell?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got the InSpec. I'm looking at your screen and I'm comparing it to my screen. And every time I hit enter, it just gives me the command prompt. And I don't see any typos.
That's weird. Do you want to share your screen real quick?
Sure. Can you see it?
Yes, I do. All right, let's see. Type exit for me real quick. And then the up arrow. Yep, enter. And then go ahead and paste that in again. I think it must have been stuck on like one of the previous commands or something like that. So,
hey, a gremlin. Thank you.
Yeah, it was stuck on a previous command. I had to do the same thing. You have to type exit to exit out of the shell.
Okay. Okie doke. Thanks.
No problem.
And pro tip, sometimes the shell gets a little funky. So if it's acting weird, just exit and restart. See if it goes back to behaving.
Oops. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Nginx resource. Since we did say that we're going to create an Nginx profile, we're going to have 3 objectives that we want to test. 1, we want to check that Nginx version 1.10.3 or later is installed. We want to make sure that the following modules of Nginx exist: HTTP SSL, Stream SSL, and Mail SSL. We're also going to want to check the Nginx configuration file, and we want to make sure that that configuration file is owned by root, user, and group, and not be readable, writable, or executable by others. So to do that, we're going to jump right back into the shell. We're going to type help resources like we did before, because we want to take a look at what resources are available to us and what can we actually use. going through, you can actually see there is an Nginx resource. And this is a big thing for when you are working on any profile, is first things first, always go to Chef and check whether or not that resource already exists, because that could save you a lot of time from having to write out additional code yourself. So since an Nginx resource already exists, it means that there's probably some capability to query Nginx, and we're going to go ahead and test that out. So same as before, we're going to write that nginx.class.superclass, then .instance methods false .sort. This will give us all the different properties that we can actually test against.
Mo, does Nginx have the little ls shortcut?
It does not.
It
We
doesn't?
tested that before, not yet.
Oh. Yeah, so some of the resources, I don't know, Mo, if you want to find one of them that actually does have it, just to let them know. Some, no, not. I don't know. We'll just, there we go.
And Nginx does.
Oh, wonderful. Hey.
I guess they added it because it didn't have it the last class we did it.
Yeah, that's one of the outstanding PRs where we want to go through and put ls on all of them. But a lot of the resources have this little shortcut thing that kind of gives you a little bit of what we just saw, you know. So if you take a look here, I mean, you'll see kind of bin-dir. Yep, there's bin-dir, and compile info. Yep, there's compiler info. And
all this information that we did with this really long command that makes no sense, with the ls command, you can see it right over here. These are all the methods that we can use. So if you remember, the first thing we wanted to check for is that the version is 1.10.3 or later. And over here, one of the properties that or methods that we can run on it is version. So let's go ahead and type nginx.version and see what we get back. Now, as you see, we actually got a no method error, undefined method, nil for class. The reason this is coming back is because we actually don't even have Nginx here. It does not exist on this Cloud9 instance. So a way to figure that out is there's actually another resource that we can use called package. We're going to type out package nginx, and then we're going to ask, is it installed? And we get the word false back. So that's the reason why we can't query nginx. So if we go ahead and exit out of the shell, we're going to go to our instructions, and I want everyone to copy the command on line 10. This is the first time where we're going to be actually targeting our target box. Actually, before doing.
Right. So just as a reminder, you as the student would update that IP address to target your box.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you want to target Mo's box and really confuse him, you know, that's fine too. But
it's always part of the fun. So I actually logged into the first shell first, and then I exited out so I could log into the second shell. And the reason I did that is I want to show the differences. So as you can see, the first shell is connecting to our current Cloud9 instance, which we can see is a type of Amazon box. It's of the Red Hat family released to x86 architecture. Yet now, when we're using the InSpec shell and targeting our target box, it can actually see that it is an Ubuntu machine of the Debian family, version 16.04, x86 architecture. Now, if we write down the same exact command we did earlier, where we're just checking the package, what returned false for us before is now returning true. Nginx is installed on this target box. So that means if we were to write the nginx.version, we should get back the correct version. And as we see right here, we got back 1.10.3. Any questions so far? All right. So the second thing we said we wanted to look at is that the following Nginx modules are to be installed: HTTP SSL, Stream SSL, and Mail SSL. So after doing an ls on Nginx again, we're going to look through, and one of the things we see is modules. So that's another thing that we can type out. So just do nginx.modules, and there you go. It returns back all the modules that are currently set up in Nginx. And as we can see, HTTP SSL, Stream SSL, and Mail SSL all exist right there. Any questions on that? Am I moving too fast for anyone? Should I slow down? Do you guys think the pace is pretty good so far?
The pace seems pretty good.
All right.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
So going on then, the third thing we wanted to look at is the Nginx configuration file. Now, I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen so we have easier to look at. I'm going to use the same file resource that we did before and look at all the different things that we can query, since it is a file that we are trying to look at, the actual configuration file. Now, we wanted to make sure it is readable, writable, and executable by only specific instances. So we can see that it has writable as an option right here, executable, and readable. We can also see that it is owned by and grouped by. So, or grouped into, sorry. So with these, we should be able to satisfy our needs for the third test. So at this point, we can actually exit out of the shell. We've done everything we wanted to do over there, and we're now going to start writing these tests that we want in our example.rb. But before that, since we are coming up on break time, do you want to take a break right now and can continue? Because the next sections will be.
Well, Mo, could you kind of show them the documentation on the InSpec website for the Nginx resource? So in case they wanted to do this not quite so engineering focused.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to copy this and put it into the chat. So I pasted the link into the chat, which has the Nginx, all the InSpec resources. You can click on Nginx resource. Over here, you'll see the documentation. It'll give you an overview of what the Nginx is, what version it's at, the syntax that you'll see, all the properties that we spoke about earlier, like the version that we were checking against, the modules. And then we're going to have examples that we can take a look at. Now, the reason why we would highly, highly, highly recommend every time to look at it if a resource exists, not just is it because the code is already there for you for being able to query these services. But if you come over to the property examples, you could even find the code that you need as part of the examples. So for example, our first thing that we wanted to look at is the version. And you can see examples of them checking a version right here. You can see an example of them checking modules, and so on and so forth. Any questions on that? Oh, I see someone had a question on clearing screen in InSpec shell. I was using Command K to do that on Mac. I think it should just be Control K on Windows. All right. If there are no other questions, how long is our first break for, Aaron? Is it 15?
At least.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10:40.
Hi, this is Eugene. We should be back from break shortly. I wanted to point out something as kind of taking a step back from this. You can see how we're working through some controls, and the mention earlier by Aaron that STIGs from DISA, Security Technical Implementation Guidance, are kind of ideal for this kind of thing. However, other kinds of benchmarks like CIS or even vendor guidance are good. One of the things I want to point out is an example of that third type. And you can apply this type of technology to many things, any kind of unit or functional test, actually. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. And on the MITRE SAF site, there's an FAQ section. I'm going to put this link in chat. This is kind of a side read. And this talks about how we get 853 security control associations into the STIG, into the InSpec profiles. But one of the things that's neat to see about it is that it discusses the three use cases. The first being how we go from a STIG to an InSpec profile, and how the different types of data that are in the STIG get transformed into an InSpec profile. And you can actually see the same content as Mo was showing is coming through. It's to bring the original intent, the author, back all the way through. And it'll end up showing when you finally show it in your visualizer, the Heimdall in our case, all that data is there. Nothing is left behind. It's all kept there for context, for remediation. Second use case is a CIS benchmark. They have a different place where they have their things, and their content is a little bit different, but generally it fits into the same pattern. There's some kind of description, a rationale, what to check, how to fix it, that kind of thing. Check, fix text. Same thing. And we go through, and this is kind of a side read for y'all. And then we, again, worked with that kind of content and created some example profiles there to show the community how it could be done. And finally, there was a case where, as Aaron mentioned, there's like vendor guidance or agency guidance or your own specific guidance. And that's where we had a good example. Somebody says, well, how do we assess RSA Archer's GRC product? It's strictly a COTS product, right? And it didn't really have a STIG or CIS benchmark per se. But so what we typically do is, as a security control assessor back in the day, I would look for a security guide from the vendor itself. I had to assess VMware before there was a STIG. So I went to VMware's site and they actually had a guide on what they suggested would be good security for their product. In a similar way, there's a security guide here for RSA. We look through it, it says, hey, look, they've got a bunch of settings and default settings related to security. Why don't we make an InSpec profile? Could we make an InSpec profile for something like this? Fortunately, we realized, hey, they've got an API reference as well, and you can actually query settings through this API. That's the beginning of, if we can query it, then we could write scripting around this, InSpec scripting. So we based, since we could query these parameters, we had the basis for a test. We want to say, well, there's no STIG, there's no guide. Well, literally, this table in PowerPoint was used to hand code the dozen controls to check password length, whether it has alpha, numeric, and stuff like that. And just came up with common sense descriptions of the descriptions, what to check, and what to set. Keeping it simple, that kind of thing. And that led to the development of the InSpec profile, such as what you see here. I just give that as an example, as some higher level background of the potential for this kind of tool.
And this is a good example as well that leads into our second phase class where we talk about how do you develop your own InSpec resource. Because as you can see, Roni actually had to write a resource, which he called the Archer helper, I think, if I remember correctly. And he had to actually create a resource to help make the interaction with this API a little more InSpec-ish, and that kind of thing. And that's what we'll be going over in the second class. So, but it's completely common and it's completely okay. And we expect you to do that, right? Because we want you to develop profiles for all the elements of your stack, right? The fabric, the operating system, the database, the application, the application interface that you might be writing. All those types of things are all fair game in terms of capturing those functional and unit tests that happen to relate to security. All right. Well, is everybody back from the class? Does anybody have any questions on that? Was that helpful in terms of a larger context?
Yeah, I think that was good.
Cool. Thank you.
Oh, also, Mo, in section 11.2, a lot of the resources, when you're referencing different like chef documentation, those are in section 11.2 if folks are looking for InSpec documentation.
Yeah.
Truth be told, even I go back to the web documentation.
Well, yeah, it goes to how do I query this? Wait, check. See, someone's may have already created a resource to do that. and like Mo was saying.
You don't have it memorized, Aaron?
I generally
Working on it.
have most of it memorized, but you know they keep adding things, so you know.
Yeah. All right, we'll give you a pass.
But yeah, I try my best. So, but you know that's one of the nice things about you know the development of this technology is kind of an open community interaction. You know, no one organization, group, or person could do all this on their own, and it has to be a group effort. You know, and this community has really kind of stepped up to that. So I'm happy that I can't have everything memorized and that it keeps growing faster than I can memorize it all. So that's a positive in my book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would add to that and say, don't just check the InSpec core, check the just check Google as well. There are several instances where I found resources and profiles online where they've had made custom resources to handle a complicated endpoint. So it would be, always make sure you Google InSpec core first. And if you don't have success or the open community on Google, just search for them and it's extremely helpful.
Yeah, I recently just found a really cool new transport that somebody wrote for actually being able to connect InSpec to a serial port and over Bluetooth as a connection point. And I was like, I had no idea somebody had written that for train and some example. They were doing some really cool work. And then, you know, they had all kinds of neat little cool things that they had used and built over the last few years. I'm like, this is some really cool stuff. And this will really help me evaluate that embedded device because all I have is a serial port. You know, and I had no idea it existed. So yeah, I second that. Google is our friend.
All right. We'll pick up where we left off. We are in section 4.4. I did put the link to that in the chat if you guys are following along. For this portion, be sure to go ahead and open up your environment, go into your specific student folder, go into day one, go into your MyEngineX, and then go into your controls. And we're going to be working in this example.rb file.
So just to verify, is there any student that doesn't have this structure yet? And if you don't have to tell us, just message somebody. But we need everybody to have this structure right now so that everybody can walk together.
I just have a quick question. How are you supposed to get to the environment tab on the left side?
Just clicking on it. It should be on the left right here.
Huh, I don't have it.
Hey Mo, some of us, it may have the icon, the double folders in it, or you can press Control I. The students, we have a little bit different format.
You said you press Control I?
Y or Apple I?
Control L, I think.
Oh, I think, Mo, if you squish down your window a little bit, it'll go down to the moderate viewpoint of the web app. And going a little bit more. No.
Nice. I've always seen it. Never heard of that issue before either.
Yeah. What's the top icon? It looks like so. All right. Are you able to open? Does that double folder open it up for you?
So the double folder just shows me all the student folders instead of, so I see what you see. It's just I don't have on the left I have AWS, I have the source control, and instead of environment, it's the two folders, which all I see is it just toggles the bar on the left.
Can you go ahead and share your screen so we see that?
I can't share my screen right now. It's asking me to allow Zoom to, and I need to restart Zoom. So.
Oh, well, you may as well and just restart quick and then come back. It only takes a second, but.
We can keep going. I mean, I still got, I can still see all my files and stuff. So it's just I'm not getting the environment folder on the left, but everything's still good.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're not blocked. All right.
Okay. So if you can access your specific file, the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to delete everything within the folder or within that specific file, because we're going to start writing our own tests. Now, as you remember, the first test we wanted to write is checking that Nginx version is greater than 1.10.3, or it is 1.10.3 or later. So we're going to start with the control keyword. We're going to call this Nginx version for the control. We're going to give it an impact of 1.0 because this is going to be very critical for us. We're going to give it a title. We're going to give it a description. The required version of Nginx installed. And up until this point, all of this is just the metadata. And let me close off our environment tab so it's just cleaner to look at. Now we're actually going to get to the meat of the InSpec itself, and we're going to write our describe block. We're going to run it on Nginx. And then we're going to write this its version should compare greater than or equal to 1.10.3.
Bye, hon.
Now for impact, we have criticality scores between 0 and 1. 1.0 meaning it is the most critical. So failure of this might indicate to the team that the issue should be resolved as soon as possible. So generally, when you're writing your tests, you would see based on the STIG or based on other guidance, you would set your criticality for all of your tests accordingly. Also, this CMP right here is one of the built-in matchers for InSpec. And CMP is one of the more understanding matchers in the sense that it can compare from a number to a string. So it helps us when different products may release their version as a string versus returning it as a number. So we can actually do operators like greater than or equal to on it and still get a correct result back. So we'll go ahead and save that off. Now, just a little Cloud9 thing. I just went ahead and added a space. If you see this little circle where my cursor is, it means there is an unsaved modification to your file. Just by hitting Control S or going to File Save, you'll see that little circle disappeared, and now we have an X where we can just close the file off. That means we have saved it This is important just so when we're running our code, we are always running on our newest code. It's all saved off, and when we're in the terminal, it'll be running that. Once you've run that, if we can open up our instructions text file, now we're going to be taking line 13. Copying that, starting with InSpec, all the way to the very end. If you go ahead and paste that into your shell, actually, sorry, before doing that, one thing we want to make sure is we actually are in our My Nginx folder. So either CD right into it, make sure you are in environment, whatever your student name is, day one, My Nginx, or if you have access to the file explorer, clicking on the My Nginx folder in your specific student folder, right-clicking, and clicking Open Terminal here. Either of those options work. But the one thing we want to make sure is we are in the My Nginx. Now, what this command is doing is we're running InSpec, we're running execute a profile. The dot represents the current directory that we are in. We're running whatever's in the current directory. We're passing in the PEM file for authentication. And then we're passing in the SSH, so transport, where we're going to be targeting. By pressing enter, we should get our very first success. We can see the name of the control that we called. Here's the title. And then that the Nginx environment version is expected to compare greater than or equal to 1.10.3. And from when we were in the shell earlier, we saw that the version of Nginx that is installed on the target is 1.10.3. So we satisfied that requirement. Is anyone not seeing this screen? Or is anyone having any issues with this? And I'll have both up side by side so you can take a look. All right. If no one has any issues, then we can go ahead and get started on the next one. So the second requirement that we wanted to see is that we're verifying that the three modules are installed: HTTP SSL, Stream SSL, and Mail SSL. So we'll go back to our example.rb, and we'll go ahead and write another control. We'll call this control Nginx modules. We're going to give it another impact of 1.0. Title is Nginx modules. We're going to give it a description. The required Nginx modules should be installed. And then we're going to write our describe block. So it's modules should include HTTP SSL.
You know, if you put a comma there, you can include all three of them on the same line.
Yeah, we're going to go over different methods of writing it, but this is
Gotcha.
just
Okay.
for
Yeah, I played
simplicity.
ahead of time and had it working. So
Mhm. There we go. Now, another thing when writing your test, just make sure whenever you have a do block opening up, make sure you have a corresponding end block closing that off. So I went ahead and wrote that out and saved off the file. Now what we can do, go back to our terminal. You can just press the up arrow to get the last command that you wrote. We'll rerun it. And there we go. As we checked when we were in the shell earlier, we did notice that when we looked for it, we did have all three of these modules already installed, so we were expecting successes already. Now to kind of take a look again at what the summary is at the bottom. As you can see, the profile summary says that we have 2 successful controls, 0 control failures and 0 skip, but we had 4 successful tests. The reason for that being, in this example.rb, we have our first control, which is Nginx version, and that is only doing one test right here, where it's checking that the version is greater than or equal to 1.10.3. Our second control, though, that is doing 3 different tests, where it's checking 3 different modules over here. And that is why we would see a discrepancy of numbers. And you can also see it from the results over here, where Nginx version was only doing 1 test that passed, whereas Nginx modules was doing 3 different tests and passed. Any questions so far? Does anyone need a little bit more time to write these out? All right. I'll give everyone a few more minutes with this before we move on to the third control. Okay, I think we can go ahead and move on then. If no one has any questions, we're going to go ahead and start writing our third control. Now, going back to the class, if we scroll down, we can see that our third requirement is we're checking this configuration file. We're checking that it is owned by root and user group, and it is not readable, writable, or executable by others. So we'll go ahead and create our third control, calling it nginx conf. We're going to give it an impact of 1.0, title, nginx configuration, description, the nginx config file should be owned by root, be writable by others. So we're just giving a description of what we were looking for. Gonna write our first and statement right there, and then we can get to writing our describe block. So describe, we were gonna use the file resource, which we did while we were in the shell. We're gonna put the etc nginx.conf file. We're gonna say do. And then we say it should be owned by root. It should be grouped into root. It should not be readable by others. Should not be writable others. And finally, it should not be executable by others. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy the file resource and share that in the chat. And I think the question in the chat is, nginx conf resource is for making assertions about the contents of the config file, not about the file itself. Yes, that is correct. And we can actually double check that by going to our resources and looking at the nginx conf resource and looking at what its capabilities are. Now, what it's normally doing is it's trying to look into the parameters of what's the contents of the configuration itself, whereas what we were looking for is the actual file and whether or not it's readable or writable by others, which is why we are going by the file resource. But whenever you want to know what a specific resource is doing or what its capabilities are, just always reference back to the resources page. In our case, we're going to the file resource, and you can go ahead and take a look at all the different abilities that it has. And actually, all the ones that I just wrote, if we go ahead and just scroll through, we can see there is the be readable by, and then specifying a specific group or owner. The writable. Now, there might be a little spelling mistake right here, where when we are writing our tests, you might be adding an E after write. whereas the actual control, the property that you can do is writ and then able. That might cause you an error while you're running your code. So just make sure the syntax is correct. And then so yeah, everything that you see right here, you can actually see in the examples of the file resource that we had written out. So I'm going to go ahead and clear our terminal. I'll press up arrow twice, and I have the code saved off. And we will run our code. Now, as you see, the way that InSpec works, we had our first two controls that we wrote out. First control went ahead and passed because all its tests passed. The second control, it passed because all its tests passed. Now, the third control that we wrote, we had 5 different tests running. 4 of the tests passed, but 1 of them failed. Just 1 test failure will make the whole control fail, which is why, as we see over here, we have 2 successful controls that passed, 1 control failed, and you can see of those, 8 tests were successful, whereas 1 was a failure. And it looks like on our box, we have that the conf file, it's expected not to be readable by others, but it is. And I'll pause right now if anyone has any questions. If they want to speak up for any questions, or if anyone needs a couple extra minutes to write this out, I'll keep the screen up as well.
Hey Mo, this is Will. Just a quick question. So the it and its, like that syntactic sugar, is that based out of InSpec or is that a Ruby thing? I'm trying to remember.
It is an RSpec thing.
RSpec.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, do we have any more questions, or does anyone need some more time to take a look at the code to copy it?
Well, are we keeping the instances up for practice? after hours?
I think that's more of a question for Aaron. Aaron, are you there? Okay, so I think Aaron might not be here. We can probably loop back onto that question later. But as far as the Cloud9 instances go, we will be on the same exact Cloud9 instance tomorrow. The only thing that's going to change are the targets that we're targeting. All your data, all your code is still within Cloud9, so you don't have to worry about doing anything now. But tomorrow, before we end the class, we'll give everyone a reminder if you want to go ahead and save off your code at any point in time. If you can get to your file explorer, you can just go whatever your student folder is, right click, and then download. And that'll download all of your files. So if you want to test on your own test bed at a later point in time, or if you want to reference back to the code that you did in class. But once more, all of this will persist throughout tomorrow, but after tomorrow's class, when we're completely done, that's when we'll be removing everything.
Can you explain the failure one more time, please?
Yeah, sure. So the test that it failed on is the one that's written right over here on line 33. One of our expectations of this file is that it should not be readable by others, whereas the actual file on the server, on our target system, is actually readable by others. And that is why right over here, we can see the failure. It says that the nginx conf file, it's expected to not be readable by others. But on the server, it is. So if we wanted to change it, we can actually SSH into our specific target boxes, go ahead and run chmod and put in the correct numbers for what the permission set should be on that file. And then we can rerun this test and get it to pass. But for the sake of showing off in the class what a failure would look like, is why we kept it as is.
Got it. Understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And once more, whenever you get a fail, a single test can fail in a control, the whole control will fail, even though all the other tests passed. All right. If there's no more questions, then we can go ahead and move on. The next section we're going to be on is 4.5. And this is where we're going to talk about inputs. Now, writing out controls like this might be good for a one-time run, but some check like this one right here, where we're looking for our version to be greater than or equal to this specific version of nginx. That might satisfy our requirements today, but a couple years down the line, this 1.10.3 might not be necessary anymore. We might want a higher version. And so going in through the code all the time and changing these is not very efficient. We want to have one place where we go ahead and change all of this and be able to control. Also, it's not just for this, but also if we have different people using the same exact profile, they may have different requirements. One sponsor could require a version 1.10.3, another one could require version 2, so on and so forth. So what we're going to do, inside of your MyNginx within your student folder, we're going to go ahead and open up the inspec.yml file right here. And this is where we're going to go ahead and start writing out our inputs. Actually, let me move it over here. once you have this file open, one thing I will recommend is right down here, the spaces will be automatically 4. So whenever you tab, it'll add 4 spaces. We're going to want to change that to 2. YAML is very specific about its spacing. If you have more than 2 spaces as an indentation, then it will error out for you. So make sure, click on that and make sure it says space. So that way when you tab, it'll only do 2 spaces. Or if you prefer just doing 2 single spaces when you indent, that'll work as well. But we're going to type out inputs right here. Name. I'm going to call the first one Nginx version. Its type is a string, and its value will be 1.10.3. And I'll give everyone a moment to go ahead and write that out. Now, in our example.rb, right above the control, I'm going to go ahead and write Nginx version. We're going to make it equal to the input Nginx version. Going to copy that, and what I'm going to do is right here, instead of having our string, I'm going to go ahead and save off Nginx version, and I'm going to save the file. Now, to kind of understand what's going on, in our inspec.yaml, we created an input called Nginx version of type string with a value of 1.10.3. Inside of our example.rb, we made what's in Ruby called a local variable called Nginx version. This is a local variable, and we're calling on the input, and we're matching the Nginx version name here to what we called it in our inspec.yaml. So inside of this local variable that we have, it's pretty much equaling out to be the value that we stored in our inspec.yaml. And then finally, what we're doing is in our test itself, it's actually comparing to that Nginx version local variable that we have saved off. So everything new that we have currently is going to be lines 12 through 15 in our inspec.yaml. We have a new line right here on line 3 in our example.rb. And then wherever your it statement is, which on mine is on line 11, we went ahead and changed, instead of having that string for 1.10.3, we now have this Nginx version variable. Those are the 3 changes that we did. And I'll give everyone a few minutes to go ahead and copy that and save it off. All right. So now if you have everything written out properly, we can go back to command line. I'm going to go ahead and clear out our command line. I'm going to press up arrow twice so I can get our last command. Once more, I'm in my environment in my instructor folder, day 1, my Nginx, and I'm rerunning. And there we go. As you can see, the way it works, we still get the same exact control name and the same exact title. We still get a pass And as you can see, it's comparing it to version 1.10.3. It has no mention of what our local variable was called. It is just getting us the direct value. And the fact that it passed is something that we expect because it passed before. All we're doing is just changing the format of how we're calling that value. Nothing else has changed in the target. Nothing else has really changed in the code. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Is it good practice to put all of your variables into the YAML file and then reference them? So if you have to update, it's just in one small location.
So generally in our YAML file, we wouldn't actually be putting all these values in here. We would have an inputs file that we would override all of these, but we would at least have Nginx version over here, string, and then we'd probably save it off with an empty string like this. That's the general practice of how we would use the inspec.yml, and then we'd have an inputs file where we would it would be written something similar to Nginx version, and then we'd give it a value of 1.10.3 in another file. It would be saved off, and we'd have them saved off in this format, just so we keep the manifest itself as clean as possible. We're keeping the profile as clean as possible. But for the sake of example, we're going to be writing everything within the inspec.yml here. And we can show examples of how it's written in some of our profiles on both MITRE, CMS, as well as some others later.
Mo, if I could add, it's a matter of style and use. I've seen cases where we declare, if that's the correct term, in the inspec.yml, we define the inputs here. They all have to be defined here. Typically, that's where they're defined. And you could set a default value, as Mo's doing. In some of the profiles where we wrote them to a particular STIG version, and we title the profile and say, this is going to measure exactly to the STIG. So some of the settings that are straight from the author, it has to be, 15 character passwords or something. That's what the STIG says. In that case, one might put the value in here and actually put the number 15 for that input value. That way, if they just point and shoot and run the profile, it's going to come back that way. And the user could still override it. They could provide what's called an input file when they go and execute. As Mo is mentioning, you can even specify an input value on the command line directly to override it. But if you're measuring to STIG, then we put values there to say, look, you don't want to confuse matters by having the user change things. If they do, then it will show up in the output. But I hope that didn't confuse matters. There's different variations on how it could be used. Then there's some things, sometimes you have an input was like, well, you choose whether you're, are you doing are you doing smart card authentication for your servers? Yes or no. If, you just specify and you leave that to the user to choose. And maybe you'll set the default to true. And then they'll go ahead and override it with an input file that they provide on the command line. Hope that helps.
I've also added a URL onto the chat where they show the precedence of the input values. So CLI is higher than attributes, input files is higher than inspec.yml. So the URL should give you a good understanding about what takes precedence.
Was everybody able to hear Roni just now? Or was anybody not able to hear Roni just now?
I had some trouble.
he put a link in chat to input precedence. You can have it, the default, basically you can declare it here, but when you, from the command line, there's different ways of overriding it. And there's a certain actual structure and depth to how it can be overridden. There's other complexities in terms of what we call overlays, which are profiles that reference and reuse other profiles, which maybe we'll have some time today. I can show an example of that. But all these things have, there's actually a very intricate way InSpec is designed to allow inputs to have a certain kind of override precedence when things get really complex.
Thanks, Eugene. Am I speaking too softly? Is that what it is?
No, I think there was something wrong with your mic or something. Now
it sounded like you're a bit far from it. Now you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now you're good.
Thank you. So yeah, I would add that always make sure every input value variable you're using in your control files, make sure you have a copy in the inspec.yaml, because that's the point of organization. That's where you're setting the type, because you want to enforce the type as well. And also, if it's like a password or sensitive data, you can have a sensitive tag on there that would make it obfuscated on the results file. So I highly recommend having a copy of every variable you're using in the controls file in the inspec.yaml.
And if we have time, I can show some, look and find some examples of where we've used that sensitive flag.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I don't know if this is going to get us too far off track, but just for the heck of it, in my my Nginx version value, I changed it from 110.3 to 110.2. Mm-hmm. I reran my test and it passed. And I think it might be because that compare matcher does a little bit of interpretation. I'm not sure, but it was kind of an unexpected value. Like if I needed Nginx to be 1.10.3, it may, if I have like 1.10.2 installed, it looks like the test would pass.
Yes, because what it's doing on this line is we are saying that it should compare to greater than or equal to whatever we have it set to over here. So over in the actual control itself, this is where we would be translating it from a stig. So for example, there would probably be some check text and fixed text as well, like tag, check, and then that would say the version has to be greater than 1.10.3, and this is how you check it. And it would give you examples of how to check it on the console. Now, over here, what the test is doing, by putting it as 1.10.2, of course, it'll still pass because all this is doing is just saying that it should compare greater than or equal to whatever result or whatever number we're putting to, if that makes sense. So 1.10.2 would pass as well. It's a matter of making sure your tests are written exactly to whatever the stig says or to whatever guidance that you are using. And that's what it's actually going to be checking against.
And Greg, if you'd have put 1.10.4, then you would have gotten an error. Because it's,
yeah. I was assuming it was doing something instead of looking at the actual code.
All right, any other questions? Okay.
I think it's important to point out that even though we said 1.10, it doesn't know anything about versioning. So if you had a version 1.9 running, it won't satisfy that criteria because lexically 1.9 is greater than 1.10 because it's 1 point. So I think it's important to point out that the string comparison doesn't necessarily translate to version comparison.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi.
Okay.
We can now.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think I cut out.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I did have one question. So, just walking back a minute to the command prompts, I got a bit hung up there. What command did we use?
If you go to your instructions file inside of your student folder, we are using the command on line 13. So it's
Okay,
just doing
thank
the inspec exec. We're passing in the pen file as well as the target machine that we're hitting.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, this is Aaron. I'd heard that there was a question for me.
Yes, one of the students was asking if the Cloud9 environment would be open after hours for testing and playing around with it.
Yeah, we can do that. It's still under my AWS account.
Yep.
Yeah, we have what, 4 of them running? We can leave one of them. Yeah, leave one of them up.
Well,
I'm sorry?
do you mean the 4 classes? Mo? Is that what Aaron's referring to?
Yeah, I think he's referring to just keeping one of the instances up for after hours.
Does that mean one of the 4 classes, I'm sorry, or just an amount of horsepower allocated to the 4 classes of students?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question, Eugene.
I guess I don't know whether I'm asking the right question.
You're
like 4 groupings of students.
So I believe because of the number of students, we had to set up 4 individual Cloud9 instances.
Correct.
If a group of students wants to work on it after hours, rather than burning 4 X3 larges, which is what I think you probably did, I'm happy to keep one of them up and spend a little extra money. But no reason to keep all 4 of them active.
Mo, if I understand correctly, you transform the class. Do you actually shut down and redo the classes for the second day overnight?
No, the Cloud9 instances stay as is. I just shut them down so that way it's not running throughout the night.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
The targets are the only thing that are getting destroyed from day 1 to day 2, and then a new set of targets will come up day 2. But all the class files, all the inspec code that every student has will still persist throughout tomorrow.
So typically we shut them down at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Them up the next morning, correct?
Yep.
Right. And since they do cost. But Aaron, it wouldn't be fair to shut down one, leave only one up. That means only certain students would be able to do homework overnight.
Okay, just leave them all up then, no worries.
And we'll set up a GoFundMe for Aaron. So, but I guess, Mo, is this a good time to mention at the end of the class, they will be shut down at the end of tomorrow.
Yep.
And you'll talk about how the students can gather up their files.
Yep, already did that earlier as well.
Good. All right.
But just to reiterate it on my screen, all you'd have to do is open up the File Explorer, go to where your student folder is. So I'm going to use student 3, for example. Just right-click it. And if you click download, it'll download all the files within there. That way you can have all of your code for afterwards if you want to play around with your code.
I just want to address an earlier comment about the compare matcher version checking. Compare matcher is smarter than regular string match. I have pasted an example on the chat showing the capacity of it in terms of version checking. So it's not quite a dumb string check. You actually get valid version checking with this. Just FYI, please look at the chat.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so moving on to the next portion. As we can see over here, here is an example of writing an input for an array. So one thing we're going to do is we're actually going to rewrite our test to loop through an array rather than looping through individual elements. So to do that, we'll go through our inputs. I'm going to make a new input. I'm going to give it the name nginx modules. The type will be an array. And the value will be HTTP SSL, stream SSL, and mail SSL. And I'll go ahead and save that off. Now, inside of our code, I'm going to go ahead and add a new line over here. I'm going to call it nginx modules. Going to make it equal to the input nginx modules. And then I'm going to rewrite our code. So I'm going to comment out our old code block and how it was written. I'm going to write describe nginx do. And then I'm doing nginx modules dot each do current module. It's modules should include current module. Oops. So basically what we did right here is instead of running through every single individual line like this, since we have an array that stores all three of our variables, we're going to loop through that array. So we're doing our normal describe on nginx as we normally did. This time we're calling on our local variable called nginx modules, which we defined over here on line 20. And that is storing the value from nginx modules here, which is going to look into our inspec.yaml, and it's going to say, okay, the array values is going to be HTTP SSL, stream SSL, and mail SSL. The Ruby way of looping through an array is after naming your array, you would do a dot each on it. And then we're going to create an iterator, which will define whatever current state we are in the array. So the first time this will run, current module is going to be equal to the first element of our array, which is HTTP SSL. And it's going to say, hey, this its modules, it should include HTTP SSL. And if it does, it'll pass. If it doesn't, it'll fail. And then it'll go back and loop through the next element of the array. So now the second time it loops through, current module will be equal to stream SSL. And then it'll do the check again and either pass or fail. And then finally, it'll loop through once more for mail SSL, and then it'll go ahead and check for a pass or failure. Now we could have defined each and every one of these modules in its own input, but for the sake of efficiency, we went ahead and made it into an array and changed the way our code worked to go ahead and go through a loop. This is just to show you that there are multiple ways that you can go ahead and write any one of these controls. And it's just a matter of efficiency and whatever use case you have for your specific controls. So I'm going to go ahead and delete our old code just to make it clean. And make sure once more to save off both files, your inspec.yml and your example.rb. And one more thing to note. The reason why I named Nginx version or stored it outside over here is just to show difference of functionality. So if you notice, when we created Nginx modules, we put the variable within the control. What this means is Nginx module will only exist within this block. It does not exist anywhere else. So if I was to call Nginx module in the next control or the previous control, it does not know what Nginx modules is. But this Nginx version was called outside of any of the blocks. It'll exist all throughout the code. So this is just a matter of scoping for Ruby. So if I wanted to, inside of Nginx modules control, to call on Nginx version, I could because it exists outside of the block. It can be called anywhere within this file. Do we have any questions so far? All right. So if we were to go back to the command line, I'm going to go ahead and clear it out. I'm going to press my up arrow twice so I can get back to the command again. I'm going to rerun it. And once more, we went ahead and got 3 passes again, which is what we expected. Once more, we didn't change anything on our target system. We still have the same 3 modules installed. We should just be expecting passes. Is anyone having any issues so far? Are they not seeing the same results? Is anyone having any errors that they'd want to speak about? Help get resolved?
Yeah, I'm getting one. When I type out the command in the prompt and try and pull it, I'm getting do not understand inspec profiles in dot comma. It doesn't look like it supported profile structure.
All right, can you share your screen?
One moment. Can you see it?
Yes, I do. All right, so let's see. Your file is not saved at the moment. You see how it has that blue dot at the end of it? Like your instructions has an X at the end, whereas your example.rb has that circle, the gray circle. That means that there has been a change to that file. You need to go ahead and save, and then you should see the X's again.
Also the directory that he's in.
And then, yeah, once more, you're also in the incorrect directory in your terminal. So what you want to do is cd to your student folder.
All right, I'm just gonna disconnect.
Actually,
I
if you right click your day one folder real quickly on the environment on the left, and then towards the end, there's open terminal here. There you go. Because you were in the incorrect directory below. If you see, you were only in environment, whereas this one is inside of your day one. You also want to go into your MyNginx, sorry. Just type cd and then space my, and then you can tab complete it. Just hit the tab button and it'll complete it for you. And then enter. Now you can run that command. All right, let's take a look at your inspec.yaml. Let's see. Spaces are 2. Go ahead and add a space between the dash and the specific values. So like a space, it's dash space HTTPS cell. Yeah, and do that for the others as well. And then save that off.
Hold on, I think I see where the issue is.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Any other questions?
Too. I'm having an error message too.
Okay. Do you want to share your screen and show us what error you're getting?
Sure.
Parse inspect that. Okay, so let's go to your inspect.yaml. So it looks like your spacing is off on line 17. Go ahead and press tab. Actually, not tab. Go ahead and add 2 spaces because it looks like if you look at the bottom right of that file, you see how it says 17:3 YAML and then spaces 4. All the way bottom right, almost the bottom right of the screen.
Next to the little sprocket.
Don't know. Bottom right, where?
Do you see where the arrows are pointing on your screen?
You're at the bottom left, go to the bottom right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right here. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So, click on where it says spaces. And then you want to change that to 2. Because YAML is very specific and very picky about that. Now, what I would do is I would actually, on every single one of those lines from line 12 and on, or I'm sorry, from line 13 and on, I would delete all the spacing and then press tab again. So that way it tabs up to only 2 spaces instead of the 4 that you had before. Line 13, press tab, and then press tab again on type so that way it matches up. One more, yep.
Those dashes should be in line with your V under the word value.
It should be under the L. There we go. Save it off. Make sure your file is saved. And then go back to the command line. Let's try rerunning it. Okay. Okay, now let's go to your example.rb. We have Nginx
Too many
modules.
ants.
Each two. Okay, so it looks like on line 23, you misspelled current module, whereas on line 24, you spelled it correctly. So just add one more R on line 23, and that should fix your issue. Make sure to save that. And there you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else having any issues? All right. If there are no other issues, I do realize we are at noon. So if we would like to take a lunch break right now, what time should we come back, Eugene? 1:15? Give everyone a little bit of time.
Since it's
Yeah,
after
we're past noon.
noon. Yeah, that sounds good. I think I'll be hanging around. I'll keep it up, and I'm going to pause the recording. But if folks need to have some questions or something, I think a few of the TAs may be still here, but we might be in and out. Continue to feel free to post questions, and we'll get to them as that way we're ready to tackle them. So we'll meet back at 1:15. Thank you.
All right. I hope everyone had a good lunch break. Guess we can go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen. I guess before we proceed forward, does anyone have any questions up until this point? Are there any issues that anyone is running into? Or is everyone working fine?
Could you just reiterate what section we're on in the
yes.
syllabus?
So in the syllabus, we should still be on section 4.5. All right. If there are no more questions, what we ended up doing was we refactored our code for the first control, and we added an input for that. And then we refactored our code again for the second input. And we made that for the second control. So we're going to go into a light exercise here. So 1:20 right now. I'll give everyone 15 minutes. So at 1:35, we'll check back in. I want you to go ahead and see how you would rewrite the third control if you were to replace the values with inputs. And then at 1:35, or even before, if you finish up early, if you'd like to show off how you did it, please feel free to share. We'll go over the answer that we came up with at 1:35. But yeah, we'll go ahead into a small exercise then. And if you have any questions throughout this time, please feel free to speak up and ask.
Could you repeat that, please? The exercise?
So the exercise is the same way we did for the first two controls, where we replaced the values with inputs. We want you to do the same thing for the third control.
Got it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, it looks like we are at 1:35 right now. Has anyone been able to get this to work?
Yeah, I got it to work.
Would you like to show it?
Yeah. I did it in what might have been kind of an ugly way, but I did it. Hold on. Okay. So over in my inspec.yaml, I created new inputs, what the file should be owned by, grouped into the different modes, permissions here. And then over in my control file, I just set up the variables by assigning the input for each of them. And then instead of having the hard-coded strings, I just replaced, root with the variable that I created up here.
Nice. So one thing just to note is that you actually don't have to name them exactly as what the code was before. If you want to make it a little bit more human readable, that's totally fine as well. Because that is just a name identifier you are creating for your own.
I hear you.
But yeah, other than that, good job.
Okay, cool. I was trying to think, is there a way to, make an array, but these all seemed like different operators. So I wasn't sure how to, I don't know, it seems like you have to loop through the operators and then through it seems like it would get pretty messy.
There is a way, and I actually have it, but I wanted to get all the students to show off what they've gotten so far, and I'll show our solution with that.
Cool.
Thank you, though.
I
Anyone
had pretty
else?
much the same solution, just that I created another variable for the file path as well, and I looped through it. So.
All right. Awesome. Can we take a look?
Sure. I got it to run. And just a sec. So this was the three, one config path, one's the root user, and one's the other users. And in the YAML, I have three strings, one's for the config file, one for the root user, and one's for the string. And the root user, I repeated twice because it's looking for, and the other user, I repeated thrice because it's looking for 3 times. That's it.
All right, perfect.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Mine's very, very close to that. I just didn't do the file as a variable. So I wanted to minimize the amount of character, different variables I'm using.
Yep, absolutely. Awesome.
I also got the next example in the book working, for the profile input. So, because I had time.
Okay, awesome. We'll get to that in just a moment. All right. Anyone else want to show their work? Did anyone have any trouble getting theirs to work on their end? Are there any issues? All right.
Yeah, I tried to do an array and I didn't understand how to reference the array. It's been a long time since I've done Ruby. So other than that, it's straightforward.
Yep. All right. So I'll go ahead and show off our solution then and show another way that it could have been written out. Here we go. All right. So other than an array, there's actually another type of hash that we could have used. And that's the one I used for ours. So I made a key called user within this hash, and its value is root, a key called group with the value of others, permissions with the value of 0600. And then I also did the file name as well. And I put that value right there. Then on line 34, I made a local variable called nginxconf, and I stored that hash that we have. And then the way to recall the information from that hash is this is the syntax for it, where you would do nginxconf, which is our local variable we're calling, followed by the square bracket, followed by the key in the hash.
By the way, does that hash support having multiple values? For example, could group be like others period space nginx, or is it just you only have a single value?
Actually, Roni, are you there?
Yep.
It should be able to, right? I think you can have an array value within a hash, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. If it's a proper YAML structure, it can be.
Mm-hmm.
One of the AWS examples we have that. Let me pull that up.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And while Roni's picking that up, does anyone have any questions so far? Does this make sense?
Yeah, if you would just hold tight, please.
Mm-hmm.
I just posted an example for one of our most complicated input value definitions.
Yeah, it takes a second to type.
Chris, a hint, his directories in the directory structure. Which includes these source files.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So here's the example that Roni pulled up, where we have a hash, we have a key over here with nested keys and values as well.
Now, to refer to one of those nested keys, would you do like US, like colon US East 1 colon S3 bucket name?
You can reference them as array parameters. Like in the first one, you can, just like it would reference them in the Ruby hash. Let me post an example. Yep, there
Nice.
we go.
Okay, yeah, I see. Very good.
Sending a postman chat as well.
I think in that example, you were not even using a local variable. You were referring directly to the input value.
So that is actually
That's also
another
another
option.
alternative.
So for example, if I was to go over and rewrite our version, I actually don't even need line 3 at all. What I could do is just copy this portion of line 3, and then that's no longer necessary. You can just call the input directly.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
All right, any other questions on this? Okay. So then moving on, we're going to talk about multiple inputs example. Now for this part, this is just going to be a talking portion. There's nothing that we're going to be doing on the command line. So if you just want to follow along in the class, let me actually get the link. Put that into the chat so people can follow along. We are at 4.5.1 for the multiple inputs example. Now, we briefly spoke about it earlier, about how in the inspec.yaml, it's the manifest, and how when we put the inputs in there, we would at least define the inputs there, and then we can have multiple files afterwards that override or utilize these inputs. One such example is if you have some sort of profile that can be run on, for example, both a Windows or a Linux type machine. We could have some input that references users. We can put the type as an array, and then we put this required true. Now, in another file entirely, this part right here is just in your inspec.yaml. We can make another file called windows.yaml. We reference the users, and we put administrator, guest, and Randy, because these would be 3 different types of users that we would have on our Windows type machine. Then we can have another file called linux.yaml, for example. And for its users, we would have root, shadow, and rmadison, because these are ones that we would expect to find in our Linux environment. For our control, same way as we've done before, we would rewrite our control. In this case, it's doing a describe on the user's resource, and it's saying the usernames should equal, and then it's looking at the input. So it's going to try to match the usernames on the system to the ones that it's finding in this array. Now, when you come to running it, we would do the inspec exec. You would path over to where the profile exists. And then we would do this new flag called -- input file. And then we would path it to whatever input file that we are referencing. So if we're running this on a Windows machine, we would want to run the Windows users. If we were running this on a Linux machine, then we'd want to use the Linux users. And this is just a quick example to show you how you can override. You don't have to write out all of your controls within the inspec.yaml. You would override them and actually define them in others, and giving you the use case of whether or not a profile could have multiple platforms involved. Any questions on that? Okay. So moving on to the last part of section 4, we're going to talk about the running the baseline straight from GitHub or Chef Supermarket. So for example, I'm going to open up this right here. Right here, this is the Nginx baseline that we have, and we can actually run InSpec straight from here. You do not have to have the code locally. To do that, what we're doing is we're going to copy this InSpec exec command. I'm going to go ahead and close my old file so that way I have a little bit more room to show here. Just copying that. There we go. So using our same command as we did before, if you just press your up arrow to get your inspec exec command, the only thing I did different was instead of the dot that we had after exec, and what dot is saying is pretty much run at our current directory, which our directory is right here. I'm in the environment into the instructor folder, day 1, and then in my Nginx. Instead of running it locally right there, instead what I'm saying is we're going to execute at this location, and it's pathing to the GitHub repo for Nginx baseline. And then we're still targeting our machine. If I press enter, we'll go ahead and get the run from the actual devsec Nginx. It's running the controls that were in here inside of this spec. It ran all of this straight over here without having a single piece of code on your machine.
Mo, did you see the question?
Sorry, it's hard for me to see chat while I'm.
It was a good question from Patrick. Is it possible to reference private repos on GitHub and run them directly, or alternative branches? I think the answer is yes on both, of course.
Alternative branches, yes. Private repos, I believe so. There was a caveat to it, though.
Yeah, as long as your credentials are in play, right? I don't recall if InSpec, Roni, help me out here.
Yeah,
has the ability.
There are two options to go with this. One, you can cache the credentials in Git itself. So you would just, right. It's the most easiest way. So you just cache them, and InSpec would just leverage the cached credentials to pull the Git remote repo. The other option is embedding the access token in the Git URL you're referencing, and this is standard GitHub, a Git behavior, not specific to InSpec. So in your embed, let me see if I can find an example online where you embed an access token in GitHub, but the usage is not unique to InSpec, it's unique to GitHub. How would you embed a token in GitHub? You would use the same reference in InSpec. I don't know if an example of selecting a branch of a command line, Eugene.
Actually, I've done that before. I mean, there's alternative ways to reference the GitHub repo. That I use is a pure Gitless way. It's the URL method, which refers to the archive like archive main.tar.gz. That's like the main branch, but you could also reference I'll be working with experimental branch, and I can reference archive / my branch.tar.gz. Yeah, like that. And get things done that way. So there's alternative ways of referencing in the InSpec exec documentation.
All right, any more questions? Okay, so then moving on. Another way that you can run a profile is using the Chef supermarket. The syntax for that is we do inspect normally. Now we add supermarket before our exec, and then we reference the supermarket profile. So in this case, it's the devsec nginx baseline. By going ahead and running that, you can go ahead and get the results. Now, the only issue with using supermarket is all the pretty color coding that we had before is not implemented as part of the supermarket functionality. So you won't be able to see the green successes, the red failures, and the gray skips. But it is an alternative way if there is a profile you want to run from supermarket that isn't available elsewhere. Okay. If there are no questions, we'll go ahead and move on to section 5. Let me open up the chat and make sure. So in section 5, we're going to talk about how the reporter works in InSpec. We've seen all the results, but now we're going to see all the different types of ways that we can output these results for our profiles, as well as generating our own report file for the repo that we just created. So generally, what you would do, you would run your InSpec exec, you would path it to wherever your profile is located, you'd put in whatever target that you're targeting, and then you go ahead and add a -- reporter. That is the new flag that we're going to be working with. After you put in the -- reporter, you can select what type of output result you want. So by default, it automatically does CLI. That's how we see in our command line the output result over there. But then you can also specify things like JSON. So over here, you can see examples of how they write them for a JSON output if you want it in a YAML output. And all the different types of reporters that they support currently are the CLI. You have JSON, you have a minified JSON, you have YAML, you have documentation, you have JUnit, progress, JSON RSpec, and HTML. All of these are reporters that are currently supported. And I have linked the reporter page in case in the future they ever come out with new ones that we don't actually have, which I can actually see a few already. Like they have HTML2, I think they have JSON on RSpec and JUnit 2. So as you can see, there are already a couple new ones from the last time we've taught this course. Now, for our purposes and what we're going to be doing next, we're going to go ahead and focus on JSON. So when we're going to take our exact same command that we've been running our profile with, but this time we're going to add a -- reporter flag. We're going to keep the CLI because we want to see the outputting to our display on the command line. But then we're also going to add JSON. And then what we do is we add a colon after JSON, and then we're going to put the name of the file that we want and .json. So putting that into practice, let me clear this out. I'm going to go back to our original command. Or if you don't have it handy, you can always open up your instructions and get it from your line 13. We're going to paste that command. And once more, be sure you are in your correct environment. So looking at the command line, make sure you are in your environment, your student folder, your day one, your My Nginx. We're going to add to the end of that line, reporter. I'm going to add CLI. I'm going to add JSON. And I'm going to call this My Nginx baseline output.json. Now, if I do an ls to see what my repo looks like, you will see I have a new file here.
Is there a way to get formatted JSON output versus that kind of compacted output?
Well, that's why we have Heimdall, so that we can read the machine readable JSON, which has all the rich information we want.
Which is our next section.
Yep.
Great. Sorry, going back to my chair.
No, that's a great question. That's a good point.
Yep, because once you cat that file and take a look, this is not a good thing for an assessor to be looking at to try to figure out what happened.
JQ to the rescue.
Exactly. So now that we have this file, I'm going to go ahead and download it. We're going to go to section 6. And I'll paste it into the chat. We are now in section 6. And we're going to talk about Heimdall Light. Now with Heimdall Light, I'm going to go to my downloads. And Roni, did you want to speak to the Heimdall portion?
I can. This time by my machine if I can hear.
Do you want to take over the screen share, or do you want me to drive for you while you speak about it?
Okay, I can just take over. That's easy. My machine is acting weird. Okay, so now that we have the results from the InSpec scan, time for it to load it upon our visualizer, Heimdall, and view the results. So Heimdall is a web-based viewer we created to visualize Heimdall data format. Heimdall data format is the schema that InSpec produces the results in. Shivani, what's the question?
Oh, so are you, it's actually, I have a few screenshots, so let me just ask the student.
Is that related to Heimdall or is it something else?
No, yeah, it's not. I can, you can continue. I can ask you. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you. Sorry for that. So it's a web-based application we created to visualize InSpec results. Originally, it was supposed to be for InSpec result, but we later designed tools to convert multiple results to the Heimdall data format. For example, your SAST and DAST results, so SonarQube or Fortify or Verb Suite, these kind of static and dynamic code analyzers or other compliance scanner results, anything that can have a machine readable output. We created Heimdall tools to convert them into Heimdall data format and view in a single pane of glass that is Heimdall. To show off a bit of the capabilities, on the top we have the profile info. Do I still have access to the? It's not controlling my screen.
I think it says waiting for you to take control. One moment. Can you try now?
Okay, that's working now. Thank you.
Okay.
So on the top, you have the summary version where you can see. Oh, there's a big delay. That's what it is.
Sorry, give me one moment so I can mute myself.
Okay.
There you go.
So on the top, you can get to some summary about the profile you created. Here's the Nginx profile, name of the file you created. We all have generic titles at this point because we didn't really. This is not the official profile. So if you're using, let me load up one of the samples here. If you go to load and you click on, so how you would load the result is you click on load, click on local files, and upload the results that you got from your scan. Most machines slow. Mo, did you just load an output or did I do that? My screen just blurted a little bit.
I loaded up. I don't know if it showed up because I'm only showing the one window, not the whole desktop. So that's why.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That's what happened. So you click on load. Okay. Mo, I'm just going to show them on my side.
Okay.
I apologize once.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So you click on local. So when you go to heimdalllight.mitre.org, you can reach the single page version of the Heimdall deployment. A bit of background: we have Heimdall, the server back version, and the serverless version at heimdalllight.mitre.org. It's a it's a serverless version. That means there is no database backend. There is no state storage for data. You loaded the results on the client side. You view the results, and it just everything stays client side, and nothing is saved anywhere. It's very useful. When you're trying to view a single results file. To drive, let's just pick one of the samples that we have loaded up. I'm going to pick the AWS CIS Foundation one. Up top, you have the profile summary. Creator, what's the SHASM of the profile, the maintainer, and number of controls, all the summary information. Like that, we have a banner up top.
It sounds like your voice is getting a little far away from the mic again.
Okay. Is this better?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. So up top, we have the passed banner, failed, non-applicable, and not reviewed. So passed are the controls where the individual tasks completely passed. Like if you have multiple subtasks within a control, they all passed. Failed, if you have a single failure in your subtask within the control, it would be marked as fail. Non-applicable are the ones that are marked impact 0. You have decided that this check does not apply to your environment, and you have marked it non-applicable, usually based on the instruction in the STIG itself. For example, in Red Hat profile, I would say this control is not applicable. This entry is not applicable if you don't have GNOME installed. So those will be the one that would be marked non-impact 0, and it would not apply to you. Not reviewed are the ones that are not automated, something that could be like interview the system admins for this situation. So those could be not reviewed, and it would be bucketed that way. If you have a status pie chart where you can zoom into individual results, we also have this severity-based pie chart as well. So say, for example, you want to see the high failures. You can toggle them together to highlight that one high-level failure that you have. We also have an overall compliance level. The equation for the calculation is right here on the screen, on the Heimdall screen. We also have a tree map. This is very useful. The tree map is designed to bucket the controls in NIST 853 families. So if you look at a control code, a fully laid out InSpec control would have the NIST metadata, the stag NIST, and the NIST family that it belongs to. That reference would be used to bucket them in this tree map. So you would be able to see what NIST families are you covering with these checks, what areas are you deficient. The idea is you stack them together into multiple results together. For example, the AWS Fabric, then you would have the, this is for the AWS Fabric, but I can also load up the RHEL 7. So now we have the Fabric as well as the instance. Now we want to cover the, say, the Nginx server on top of it. You can load all three together and see your NIST picture filling up, where your biggest failures are, where your passes are. So you get a comprehensive view of your environment. If you scroll down, you get the zoom in view of your the individual checks you wrote up. You get a title, impact, control ID, summary, and the actual test. IAM policy requires lowercase characters. We expect it to be equal true, and it is true. This is a direct translation of the InSpec code that we create. Here we have the test summary. We have the detail summary. This is the details tab is the metadata for the control itself, the title, description, this family, impact, check text, fixed text. So when you're looking at the results, you kind of have some situational awareness of what it's checking, what the intent is. Say if you're a coder and you directly want to see what the actual test code is, you can click on the code tab, and the entire control block is replicated here. So you can see the complete describe block and the complete test that's happening. Let's look at a failure, for example. So here, for example, it says this is an example of a failure, and you have, say, AWS root user should not have virtual MFA enabled. We expected that toggle to be false, but it got it true. Let's look at the code. So similar one, IAM root user should not have the virtual MFA enabled, but it does, and that is a failure for us. So this way, even with the controls you guys, even with the profile results you guys just had, you can just load them up and view the results and review the findings, whether pass or fail, and confirm its validity right through the viewer. Here I showed you as an example of loading up multiple results. If you just want to zoom into one of them, you can always uncheck them on the sidebar here. This way you can just look at a single one. if needed. We also have a comparison view. Comparison view is to load up possibly two subsequent runs of the same target and to see how you did better over time. So we already have this sample Red Hat stake baseline, and there's another sample with some purposefully different scan results. So let me load that up. I'm gonna get the Red Hat stake baseline and also a clean sample, and I'm gonna turn on the comparison view. Here you go. You get to see you went from 33% compliance to 96% compliance. And you also have the option to just check, if you just want to see what changed, you just check this button, which is on by default. You get to see what the delta is. You went from pass to non-applicable, failed to pass. When it's empty on this side, this means the control was removed. This is possibly during a stake version update. So yeah, you get to see the delta. You also get to see the shift in compliance as a graph. It's more meaningful when you have a lot more of them loaded up, where you can see the trajectory of the compliance. These are the count graphs by the individual status level, individual severity levels of these controls. What else? Anything else I'm missing? Oh, okay. So here's
about exporting.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Here's an important one. Earlier you did not see this banner, profile errors. Now you see it. Profile errors are execution errors in the profile. They're not failures. They're not compliance failures. They're exceptions. Like the scan, the script was not correctly run. Either the binary was not found, or there's some Ruby exception happened, or something like that. Or if the control doesn't have any test code defined at all. Those would all be bucketed. Or also a most common situation is when you don't have enough privilege to do the check. For example, I don't know if Mo showed you already, if you want to do privilege checks on the target, you would tack on -- sudo on the command line. This is more important for the rel checks, where you need sudo for half the checks you define. So if you don't have -- sudo defined in the CLI command, you're going to fail the privilege on half the checks you have here. Those would all be bucketed as profile errors. So they're distinct from failures. This is something you need to fix on the profile side or the execution side to get a clean result. Yes. Another one Mo just said is your ability to export InSpec results in different formats. For example, the CAD spreadsheet. This has been extremely useful, where you report the compliance.
Anybody else lose sound or just me?
Sound too.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
You lagged out just
long
as you were
will-
clicking the cat spreadsheet. You
Oh,
were
okay,
like, this
cool.
is really useful, and then gone.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for letting me know. My internet is weird. I'm waiting for it to load up. Here's an example of a cat file where you have the NIS family as an index, and you have the title, the summary, metadata details for the individual checks. If Eugene is here, he will speak more to this, but this is a proof that you have the ability to transpose, inspect machine readable results into any format that your overall compliance engine, compliance tracker might need to ingest to. I'm not sure about the summary coverage. Let's see. There's also the export nest summary coverage, security control coverage, where you get a summary of the different nest families this profile has satisfied or addressed. This is this is something we created based on sponsor demand, where they wanted to know how much families does the profile address. Anything else I'm missing, Mo?
Where are the files stored?
So, like I said, this is Heimdall Lite, this serverless version. Everything is just in your browser. Everything is client side. The moment you close the tab or close the browser, it's all gone. I can prove that. Yeah, again, first screen, there's nothing. Earlier I talked about SAST and DAS results being loaded up in Heimdall. Here's an example from SonarCube. SonarCube. Here's a SonarCube scan of the Heimdall itself, Heimdall application itself. So a SAST traditionally does not give you a pass. It would just give you failures. It would just tell you where you've gone wrong. So when you're loading up SAST or DAS results in Heimdall, you would only have failures because there's no concept of passing. You're able to zoom into individual. Again, you're able to know where these watching these families, your checks are failing. Your SAS results are bucketed to. This is especially meaningful in accessor like Gene, where you can find out the deficiency areas. We have made it so that we pipe out a lot of the SAS check details as a summary for a review, and you can always also see the code block where the failure happened. Any questions?
There is a question in the chat asking, could this be generated as a Jenkins artifact?
You're talking about a rendered HTML page with the results file embedded in it. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw that as well, and I was wondering myself if we ran the full version of Heimdall, would we be able to do API calls into it?
Absolutely. The Heimdall full version has a database backend as well as a Nest.js backend controller. It has full API access where we're able to upload results. Let me pull up the example for that. Here you go. This is the guide for the API usage. You're able to provide a username password to get an authentication token. Once you have the token, you're able to upload the result, upload the evaluation to the uploads API to your Heimdall server. And we have functioning examples with sponsors where they have Jenkins or Drone or any kind of CI/CD orchestrator performing the InSpec scan, uploading and using InSpec tools. I don't know if you talked about InSpec tools. InSpec tools is another tool we have that it's a CLI tool that allows you to perform compliance evaluation right on the CLI. So you say InSpec tools, compliance, the InSpec results, and say it has to be at least 70%, and it would just give you a pass or fail. You know what? I'm going to pull up another example for that too. Yes. Here you go. So you're saying inspect tools, compliance, point to the results you got, and you provide a threshold file saying, hey, it has to be this much percentage, otherwise don't move forward. So it would fail. It would you get an failed exit status if it doesn't meet the compliance, and also some messaging. So the pipeline usually just stops there because you're not compliant and you're not moving forward. If you hit the compliance that you need, you would use the API. You would use the API to upload the results onto Heimdall and review it there. And this way, you manage the compliance records for your overall system this way. But yes, we have a Docker-based deployment with option, installation option right on this Heimdall repo. If you're gonna try it out, I recommend the Docker way because it's usually the easiest way. I'm gonna paste that in chat as well. Yes, OAuth. It has multiple authentication models. Let's see. So we support OAuth, GitHub-based, GitLab-based, Google, and Okta, and LDAP. So yeah, we have multiple authentication models set up. We have full role and group-based access separation and data separation. So it's mature enough to be used in the enterprise level. Any more questions regarding Heimdall? If not, I'm gonna hand it back to Mo, and he'll probably walk you through the loading the Nginx results you guys just got. So Mo, I'm gonna hand it off to you.
All right. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions so far on Heimdall or even before Heimdall about getting the reporter done or anything thus far in the class? All right. So almost 2:30 right now, so we could probably go for a 15-minute break. No, people might be tired after lunch, so we'll take a quick 15-minute break. We'll be back at, let's say, 2:45. Give you 2 extra minutes as well, so 17-minute break. And then from there, we'll come back and continue into section 7. All right, people should be getting back from break right about now. I'm going to go ahead and paste in the chat the newest section we're in. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and get started on section 7. These are talking about a couple of deeper InSpec examples and kind of lessons learned that we have learned from developing InSpec profiles over the years. If you'd like to follow along, I'm going to go ahead and work this through the shell. So we can go ahead and just log into our normal InSpec shell. We don't have to be on our target or anything. And I'm going to copy the test from the class, where it's pretty much using the command resource. The command resource in InSpec is pretty much going to run any console type commands. So imagine the terminal, or even for Windows, it'll be the command prompt. That's what the command resource will do. You just put its whatever you want to pass into the command line, and then we're gonna get the output from it, and then just get the type of result we want. So in this case, I'm just doing an LSAL on the directory we're in, and then just saying it should not be empty. In which case, it's getting back all the files that we are in our current directory. And we pass that because it's not empty. Now, if we were to run something like this, as an assessor who's coming in to read whatever test we're writing, may not want to see all this junk and may just want to see what exactly it is that we want to do. So we are going to teach you a technique called an explicit subject, to which we can go ahead and change up the test a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and say is a detailed message. Subject. I'm going to use the command resource. We're still going to do the ls-al dot standard out dot strip. Then we're going to say it should not be empty. So as you can see, now our test, instead of showing all of this result right here, instead just shows this is a detailed message along with the pass because it is not expected to be empty. Where you can find a technique like this to be useful is sometimes we'll be looking within a configuration file for some sort of result, and sometimes there could be a large amount of data that is output from that when you're querying through InSpec. And so instead of having all this output that is either unnecessary or just unneeded, and if you want to have it a little bit more fine-tuned and detailed, this is what you would use. It's called an explicit subject, and this is actually a technique from RSpec that you can go ahead and add in. Anyone have any questions on that?
There's one question in the chat about will it capture standard error as well?
Actually, you could, instead of standard out, you could type standard error and then get that. Oops, you need to put the whole thing. Let me just copy this one line. Standard error is an actual command or a property that you can actually add on top of the command resource as well. So if you wanted to get that result. Any other questions? And then just to double check, we are on section 7. So if you want to see the commands as they are written, they're also in section 7 of the course right there. All right, moving on to our next example. I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here. Wow. So the other example we wanted to go over is looping over a file directory. So there are two different resources that you have, which is the file and the directory resource. Unfortunately, those do not have any looping features when it comes to trying to find multiple files within a directory or trying to do any form of looping like that. That's not what they're created for. So to do any form of looping, once more, you would have to do the command resource again. Now, from previous experiences of using the command resource and doing something like a find command, that can be very resource intensive and it could slow down your run a lot. We've had many old runs that would take 10 minutes plus because of an improperly created find command. Whereas if you can fine tune it a little bit more, you can go ahead and lock it down and get it to run within 30 seconds, so under a minute, as what you normally would want with your InSpec profiles. So to do that, whenever you do a find command, the things that we recommend is always use the type over here. The type will, right here, we want to look for a file. So we're putting type file. So that at least alleviates us from all types of directories. You can also use the max depth. Max depth will go ahead and tell you how far within the file structure that you want to do. And then we also want to do the xdev. And the xdev, it makes sure that it doesn't descend in directories on other file systems. So whenever you're crafting your find command, just make sure to lock it down as much as possible to whatever you're looking for specifically. By doing that, it will actually run a lot quicker and be able to reduce your run speed for your whole profile. Any questions on that one?
So there's a question in chat from Joe regarding little define module. So the distinction to understand is any Ruby libraries you run for InSpec would run on the runner rather than the target. So you have to, so the file resource, for example, uses abstracts over the command resource that runs command shell commands on the target. So all these interfaces has to run over SSH commands, which are shell commands. So Ruby find module doesn't really translate well because it runs on the runner rather than the target. So that's why a find module will not work. But the recommended way is the one Mo just demonstrated.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to add, like, if you break down all these resources, they all run by most of them just run by command resource in the middle, and all these resources are just parsers and abstractors on top of that command resource, because that's how InSpec interfaces with the target using SSH shell commands.
And we'll actually learn more about that in the advanced class, where we'll create our own resources. All right. If there are no more questions, then we can go ahead and get on to the next section. So for this section, we're not going to be in the console anymore. We're just going to talk an overview about what profile inheritance is and what overlays are. And this is actually going to be our last section of the day. So we can go ahead and start diving into here. With profile inheritance, it's if you ever want to add additional functionality or even override functionality that already exists in a profile, that's where profile inheritance or overlays come into play. Where if we have the base, for example, of rel 7, and you had specific guidances from the STIG that either wouldn't apply or have to be changed, then you would make an overlay for that. If you had additional guidance that you wanted to run on top of it, we can go ahead and inherit from the main profile the controls and then add additional ones to that. And we're going to go through what the syntax for that would look like over here. These profiles can also be known. Yeah.
Oh, just remember when you get to the point where you want to do some examples, you can use the CMS SAF site to demonstrate how that organization has used overlays and dependencies to build organizationally tailored content to their specific sub-selection of STIG content and all that to meet their organizational requirements. So.
Yep, and that'll be at the end of this section after we show the examples here. So another term that could be used for these profiles is either a meta profile, a profile overlay, or even a wrapper profile. Now, how this works, first we have to define the dependency of these profiles. This would go inside of your inspec.yaml file. Just like how we added inputs, there would be a depends over here. We would call it for whatever the profile is that we're depending on. And then we'd give it a URL to where that profile exists. Right here, we're using URL, and we're connecting to the GitHub repo. If it was local, then you can use path, and then put the local path to where it's located at. And there's also a git method if you wanted to use that. But in the end, all you're doing is depending on that profile within your inspec.yaml. Now, for example, we have right here, I just stripped down the 3 controls we did earlier. I just took out the actual describe blocks, so that way I can condense it as much as possible. But for example, over here, what you would do after you added depends, which would depend on the overlay profile, what you would do, and this is the overlay profile right here where I just added 2 controls, you would add this little convention right here, keyword called include controls, and then you would name the profile you're bringing in, which in this case is the my-nginx overlay. What this would do is it would run the nginx version that we had earlier along with the modules, the conf, and then it would also run the first and second overlay control. Now, if we wanted to skip a control, so for example, we want to go ahead and run all 3 of these, we're going to add the include controls keyword, and then we're going to add the my-nginx overlay. What this would do is it would run the nginx version that we had earlier along with the modules, the conf, and then it would also run the first and second overlay control. Now, if we wanted to skip a control, so for example, we want to go ahead and run all 3 of these, we're going to add the include controls we're still calling in from the MyNginx overlay, which, as we see, nothing has changed in the MyNginx overlay. It still has a first overlay control and a second overlay control. Instead, what you're going to do is you're going to add an additional option right here called skip control. And we're going to say skip the second overlay control. What that'll do is it'll run the Nginx version, the modules, the conf, and then it's going to run the first overlay control, but it's going to skip that second one in your overlay. Now, if you wanted to modify a control, so for example, right here, we have the Nginx version, the modules, and the conf are the same. This time we use something called include controls. We're putting in the MyNginx overlay, and then we're rewriting the control right here where we're saying control, we're referencing the second overlay control, and we're updating the impact for it. So what that'll do is it'll run all the controls, but when it comes to the second overlay control, it'll actually override the impact that was in the MyNginx overlay and give it an impact of 0.5. Now, I only put impact because it's the simplest way to show an example, but all the meta tags, even the describe block, you can rewrite the logic for the control itself in this. Next, you even have the option to selectively include controls from a profile. So up until now, what we've been using is include controls. Now we're going to learn a new keyword. It's called require controls. So in my Nginx overlay, I'm actually going to have 5 different overlay controls. But over here, I'm going to have my Nginx, my modules, my conf, but this time I'm using the keyword require controls. I'm calling the overlay profile, and then I'm only saying I want the first and third control. So what that's going to do is the version, modules, conf, first and third overlay are going to be run. The second, fourth, and fifth are just skipped entirely. They're not needed for this method. Now, doing the same thing over again, where we're selectively choosing, you can also override a previous control. Like for example, over here, my first overlay has an impact of 1, and I still have all 5. I'm using the new require controls because I selectively only want to test the first and third overlay, but I'm also updating the impact for the first overlay here. So in this case, we're running the Nginx version, modules, and conf as usual. We're also running the first and third overlay, but for the first overlay, we're updating the impact. So we're updating the code in this overlay to run differently than whatever it was in the base. Does anyone have any questions on that?
There's a question on chat.
Oh, what's the question?
So the question is, if there's a control defined upstream, but we know we are failing it and we would like to accept the risk, how would we skip it? Would we set the impact to 0? So it would apply on the down part. So yes, so if you decide that the test, let me rephrase it this way. You have decided that the control does not apply to you, or you're organizationally not required to adhere to it. Yes, you can import the control and update the impact to 0. Most probably going to show several CMS profiles we have the same definition. So that way, the test will still run, but the failure doesn't count against you because they've fallen the non-applicable bucket.
Now, Ronan, could you explain the difference between an adjudicated control, or like you're doing with the other plugin, versus a non-applicable? Right? There's a difference between those from the compliance perspective.
I'm a bit lost on what you mean by non-adjudicated.
Right. So in the compliance world, there's two ways you can handle that situation. The first is accepting the risk and saying that the control is not applicable for your accreditation, right? For your testing scenario, it's out of scope, right? The other is what some organizations call recasting, or what's more formally called adjudicating, right? Where you're actually changing the status of a control from passed to failed, or failed to passed, and that's much more of a documented process. And we've been doing that, or Roni's been doing some work on that with the manual controls, but you could also do that with the automated controls if you wanted to, where you say, well, even though this test is passing, I'm going to set it, or even though this test is failing, I'm going to set it to pass for the next 6 months because we're working on a resolution. And so those are both ways that you can handle it. Kind of, you and your accreditation team or your security team would decide, how do you want to report that data out, right? Using our manual attestation process, right, where I'm handing it basically a different kind of input and saying, well, no, just set this one to pass for the next 6 months, versus setting it to impact 0 and then documenting it via a subdescription, as Mo's going to show you in a second here. They're basically two different ways to achieve the same goal, but they're also in Heimdall going to bucket differently. So we're going to categorize those as two different data types. So, there are two ways to do that. We'll show you both of them, but does that make sense to everybody? So how I am remediating that result, right, is being documented and captured, but we're taking two separate actions. We're either saying this is outside the scope of our accreditation and I'm going to set it not applicable, or I'm going to modify its status for a while, but it's still applicable. It's still within the bounds, but I'm going to adjudicate why I'm passing at the moment and for how long and who did it. Right? And this is kind of one of the key activities that I think a lot of your older security tools and things like that, they don't go into that level of nuance. But this is what makes it very powerful for you to be able to capture this in your CI/CD pipelines and in your code base, right? So you can maintain those social agreements and traceability. So anyways, sorry to jump in there, but hopefully that helps give you guys context about, well, why would you do this? Because there's multiple reasons an organization might do various kinds of tailoring in their overlays, right? They might do it for organizational requirements. They might update or degrade password complexity. They may just say, we don't want to test this right now, right? There's all kinds of things you can do, right? And all of it's fine, right? As long as you document it. And you have a plan of remediation, right? What we call POAMs, plan of actions and milestones. So.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hi, this is Eugene. I just got back from a meeting and I saw this, and I don't know how long you've been talking about. I guess the question was, it got on the topic of overlays, I guess?
Yep, we just finished off the section on overlays, and now we're showing an example, because one of the questions in chat was, what do you do if you want to, you're accepting the risk of a specific control from the base? And so we're showing the example right here.
Yeah. And as a former security control assessor, well, sometimes they drag me back in, but in agreement with your ISSO, right? In agreement with your downstream folks, would you do this, right? That's important to remember. So, and you'll notice here, the impact was set to 0 for a particular reason, but control was not actually skipped. Did not put a describe block here. The test will actually still run. Why is that important? It'll be not applicable, but the test will still run. To me, as a security engineer, as an assessor, or as an ISSO, suppose one day down the road, this particular control, there's a threat that's targeting the specific thing that's not applicable for your organization. Wouldn't it be nice to know whether that particular configuration was vulnerable or not, just to know, because maybe you actually will want to fix it because maybe it will affect you in some way, even though technically it's not required. Maybe it's something you'll need to know. But by having the data there, you'll know. That's one reason. And also knowing more about the context of the test and things, just let it come through, but you're starting to bucket things and do that. That's why we also, for transparency in Heimdall, when it comes out and in other export forms, this is a convention, this sub-description called caveat. It's not saying this is blessed. This is not saying this is right or wrong. It's not making a moral. It's just a slight caveat, very carefully chosen word. Is my recommendation is to do that and to say, this is what's not applicable. Then people can debate, is that a correct caveat? Does that make sense? There are many parts of the risk management framework that come after this, and we don't want to necessarily have the tech step on their organic decisions. I have other examples of overlays, but this is a good one too. And Aaron, you started to mention the manual attestation or the attestations things. I don't know if we have time to go into that, but I can show off that if you really want, but we could do that later.
And then give a quick summary, and I also pasted your the manual controls repo on chat.
You did? You did?
On chat.
Okay.
Yeah, but
okay.
We can go. I think it's if folks want it, we can go over that. It's a new feature we worked on. It's really useful in addressing manual and manual controls and other such use cases we just discussed.
So did you say yes, I should show something?
Do we have much time left, Mo? Or do you have much on the plate?
We're done with the day one content as of right now. So it was just showing off those examples and pretty much open to questions from now. So yeah, there's definitely time if you'd like.
Okay, can folks see my screen? I think you probably showed this, Roni.
Yep, that's what I showed.
Link. So Roni's been worked on developing a reporter plugin. I guess you mentioned that. Called the HDF plugin. This is actually an add-on tool after installing InSpec. We're using Sync Auditor, the open source version here in this README. But then there's this add-on plugin. See, InSpec has the ability of allowing one to write their own reporter. And the reason we did that was so that we could have folks address controls, and we decided to do this for CMS in terms of handling those types of controls in 853 that you can only really interview people about or examine things, not really test technically, such as dealing with, let me go to the manual baseline. AC01 is the policy, is the access control policy current and relevant, that kind of thing. This is very similar, and right now when you run it, it'll just say that a manual review is required to address this. Well, how can we give folks a way to automate that kind of thing through an attestation, a simple file? And that's where coming in here, before and after, sorry. The before it's a manual review, after there's an attestation where on a certain date, someone put in that they examined this information, let's say the ISSO on a certain date, and that it's something they'll do annually or daily or monthly, and submit this. Well, how does that actually get into into the mix. This is a sample of the attestation in a JSON file. So right now, it's just something that a DevOps team could manually edit. We're working on ways of having this be editable through a GUI like Heimdall. But in the meantime, so here's the example of that same text you saw. And during the execution, InSpec or sync auditor, exec, the name of the repo. And the reporter this time is different. It's HDF, not JSON, because I installed a plugin in addition to my regular InSpec. And you specify a output file like normal. And this is the added thing it's expecting. A -- config and the name of that attestation file. And by doing that, on the reporter phase of the run, it sees that the date is correct and it's current. It will go ahead and apply that attestation and let the results be seen on the output. And in this way, teams can start to account for all the controls, or as in many of the STIG profiles, many of the controls are, even those are like, go and interview the admin and ask them if they reviewed the list of people in the administrators group. And sometimes you may not be able to come up with a good, valid technical test, let's say, but you could attest by using this methodology. This is different than overlaying per se. I guess you could do it with overlays, but it's a more automated way of addressing it directly, almost as if the InSpec profile is interviewing you, the tester, and asking you a question, and you're giving it an answer. So this is really exciting new capability through a simple technique of using the reporter plugin. And we're going to start infusing this into other profiles where there's a lot of manual review needed. Hope that helps. Any questions?
Yes, I have one. This is being recorded, correct? Right. Okay.
Yes.
Where would we go if we wanted to download today?
In a few weeks after this, and after we do through 508 and get the closed captioning and things like that, this will be a YouTube that we will link off of the saf.mitre.org site.
Oh, okay.
So we'll have it off the training page from there.
All right. Thank you.
Question: if you use
Is this-
CMS, go ahead.
Is this just general Q&A? I guess I had something more of a high level question of the overall process, I guess. Not so much even technical.
Roger. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand. I guess how does this all work in practice? I guess are there actually going to be like authorization-based assessments done by like auditors or 3PAOs or anything like that based on these reviews and this output? I mean, I think I understand how it all works, but I guess how does it come into play as far as the authorization?
I think, and who is asking the question? I'm sorry.
This is Jamal Webster.
Hi. With CMS?
I'm a contractor for CMS.
Right. Okay. You know, part of the process here is to make sure that developers primarily can be able to measure themselves, their systems as often as they need to reduce security debt, but also to have artifact data readily available for whomever it is. I think you mentioned about Docker aware assessments, and I think I'll let maybe Aaron address that. But in the big picture, if that data is available in, say, this humble JSON, That's one way. If the operator at your data center happens to be using these InSpec profiles and they're getting scans, that could be used for ongoing assessment or something. But without any data, no one can make any decisions at all. I think that partially might have answered your question.
Yeah, I think it does. So like we would run the profiles, we would get the data output. I guess it gets ingested into Heimdall. I think there's cat files that came out of it, which I guess means that they would.
These are all options.
Eventually, at some point, become POAMs. Yeah. So I guess it kind of leads. Yeah.
So currently in the CMS process, you've heard of their ACT process. That's their assessment process for annual.
Right. Exactly.
Right. So they'll accept. In the past, they would accept artifacts of some sort during the assessment. In this, people ask, well, what do I give them? Just give them the JSONs. They have a Heimdall light of their own. They will load them up. And so literally in CFAX, that system of record at CMS, the rules of engagement are something along the lines of put them in a zip file, encrypt them with a password or whatever, and put them on the system of record, which is CFAX. And then the assessors go there and they open it up and they load it into Heimdall, because security data is, it's as part of that a traditional formal process. So instead of some PDF, it would be simply the JSON, because the viewer is the viewer. And then they can choose to export a cat file and do things with it and decide whether it's really an issue or not from there.
Eugene, real quick, are the teams going to have, CMS sponsored code that they can pull in, where they don't have, we don't have, if we have 200, say, FISMA systems, we don't wind up creating 200 different FISMA, ways of doing this, because I know custom, your app level code is different than, say, the infrastructure code. So is that what the SAFE format, framework is giving us?
That, I'd say yes, essentially. Leo Thomas is here on the class, and he is the lead for the CMS implementation of SAF. I've actually brought up their version of the SAF website. They have, we showed the MITRE SAF site. This is the CMS one. And they advocate for its use in the organization, but they've gone and sponsored the development. There's a certain policy called ARS, the acceptable risks and safeguards, which is their version of their selection of controls from 853. And so they've provided a first level of tailored overlay content like Roni was showing. I think this is answering your question. So that for Red Hat to be compliant with, say, a moderate Red Hat instance, this overlay, when you run this, it uses the pure STIG baseline. But when you run this, it adjusts things like the warning banner is different at CMS. The password complexity is a little different. Other things are a little different. So through overlay and a little bit of inspec.yaml, it's able to adapt and give you something closer. So anybody who has a Red Hat 7 box throughout whatever data center, this would be the first way you should measure it. What we're starting to see is the development at certain data centers. There's tailoring beyond that, the cybersecurity arm that Leo works with is starting to engage. His SAF team is starting to engage with those folks on tailoring, making an overlay of this overlay, because maybe certain things are very specific for a specific one data center may be using one type of antivirus software, whereas another one is using a different antivirus software. So they might want to tailor a little further. So this is starting the process of developing tailored, agreed upon testing content. Eventually, after data centers, each application team might say, we have tailoring a little further than that. And when we go up the stack, like into JBoss and Nginx or something like that, we may have more specific things. It gets more and more tailored, right? So, but it starts with this to take care of the general set of things as much as possible. And this is the groundwork as compared to this validate page is just the baseline to the baselines, no particular high, moderate, or low. This is tailored to high, moderate, and low, and to specifics in ARS. Does that help answer the question?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted confirmation because I saw this and I wasn't sure if that's the total direction. And, you know, I was in a SAFE class a while back, but it wasn't as mature as it is now.
Right. And it starts, well, measuring to these, there's always caveats. There's always, no one can, you can't necessarily completely harden to these things. There's always some kind of uniqueness on every application, but at least it gives you the initial ground truth. That's why I just prefer that these profiles give you security defects. They are not, I don't like to call them findings because they're findings when people say they are, right? They're simply, failed test, why? Is this bad? Is this good? Is this really relevant? At least all the steps before that are taken care of and you have data.
Eugene, there's a question for you on chat.
Oh, can't see what I'm sharing. Okay, here we go. Yes. Would further, the question is, would further customizations by us be an overlay on top of the CMS overlays that you folks have built? That, as in me, to Peter's question, I would say it can be, this is like an application team could develop their own, put it on GitHub, point it to the CMS overlay, and then go ahead and discuss this with their ISSO, and discuss this with the assessors and go, do you agree with this content, which works? I'll show you an example. Here for demonstrating this purpose. So this is a triple overlay, right? This is in my own personal repo. I just made this one up. And so this is, I just called my application Acme, and it points to the CMS profile. But I would then say, well, is this okay to use for the assessment? May I use this, this overlay? What did I change? I changed two things. I put a caveat here on this control, and on this control, I changed some settings, let's say, in the description. And that's my overlay. When I run this, I can see the structure of the overlay actually in Heimdall. But now the discussion begins on where does that, when you start an assessment, having a place, you say, well, here's my profile. Do you agree with the way I've structured this? May I measure with this as opposed to the other, the pure CMS ARS one? Can I use this tailored one? Roni, were you saying there was a question? Should I address the question before this, or did that get answered?
No, you just answered that.
I think I answered Peter's question. Oh,
Yeah,
and you
that's
answered
what
before that. Okay, good.
Yeah, that was a technical question that controlled.
I see. Did you show the comparison view?
I did.
Okay. I've actually used the comparison view to help develop code. It's been quite handy. I could show you some big examples that I was working with in a second. So I was doing a bunch of MySQL work. So I've loaded up a bunch of result sets. And when I started the process, I was in the process of trying out hardening a MySQL instance in AWS so I could learn how this works and make sure the code was working the way I thought it should. And so as we go from left to right, you can see that I'm gradually starting to improve the performance, the hardening, until I'm finally able to get it to totally green. Only greens, blues, and a little bit of manual review, which I actually went ahead and did an attestation on. So when you look at the compliance range, you can see it goes up and up. And what's nifty is that I could look at the code block and go, did I change anything here? When it finally goes green, okay, did I change the code here? Is that how I fixed it? Sometimes I would be literally comparing code between the before and after until I got it right. I'd do a run, get the JSON, throw it in here, add it on, and keep going. So it can be used. I found it to be, I just use this and I edited on GitHub and I just ran my branches and it just kept going like that. And yeah, I had an InSpec runner, right?
Then there's a question on chat regarding converting spreadsheets to Ruby.
To import spreadsheets into Ruby files.
So I think he's talking about converting, creating vector files from other formats. I can expand on that. We have
well, in a way, some of the InSpec tools do this, right?
That's right. Yep.
All right. We do have a prime example because the CIS benchmarks now are published in an Excel format, right?
That's right.
And then, so we created the converter. So do you want to display that particular converter and kind of give the behind the scenes of how that's done to stub, as it were? Okay, I'll stop
I
sharing.
figured we can walk through the README for inspections and show that out.
Or do you want me to show? Okay.
Yeah, you can share. You're right on that.
All right. So from the top, I'm going to go to saf.mitre.org, and then I'm going to go to InSpec tool shows up in a few places. And one of the things it does is help create InSpec validation code. What that means is InSpec tools has a couple of different things going on. It does, you'll see the PDF to InSpec, Excel to InSpec. This is directly to your question, John. And then CSV to InSpec. But then there's also conversions the other way, InSpec to a CSV, InSpec back to STIG, XCDF, things like that. And then there's a few other things in between for doing little summaries, setting compliance thresholds at the machine level, at the, looking at that JSON. But anyway, I'm going to go to the Excel to InSpec. Yes. I think it's at the bottom, I guess. This is just a Git page, but there's a GitHub repo too. So Roni, is this what you wanted me to show?
Yeah, I also wanted to context that you're expecting the CIS XMS format.
Right.
So
This is a case in point. It's a very specific Excel format.
so yeah, so we provide mapping here, which field maps to what. So there's explanations out on the Git page. We also have a sample mapping file you can look at and update to your requirements. Most of the time you don't need an update because the default does match the standard XLS format. But yes, this is an example of converting spreadsheets onto InSpec profile RV.
But John, if you were to just have a generic spreadsheet that you just made up, kind of like when I was talking earlier about in this FAQ, if I recall correctly, I took this table, Roni, and you had in your head how to create the resource to talk to this API. I understood what was going on here, and I said, I want a profile. I want the controls to be called this. This is a control ID name. This is its title. This is this. I literally gave you this table, and you simply just created the dozen control things, more or less by hand. Right? Yep. You didn't have to write. This was a one and done kind of thing. So it wasn't using InSpec tools in this case. It was just sense like, okay, just go for it. Hand code. It's only 6 fields and a describe block, essentially, for your control. So, John, to your question, you could look at how the InSpec code, the InSpec tools is done. And if you had a different format of a spreadsheet, try that. I guess, Roni, the question would be, there is a CSV to InSpec, but that's expecting a certain format as well, right?
I don't know how mature this is. It's been a long time since I've been that one.
And there's also a InSpec to CSV.
Yeah, InSpec to CSV should work fine.
So if I took a profile and did InSpec to CSV and then use that as the, then augmented it, shouldn't I be able to, use that as a template? I could then clear out the rows, put my own stuff, and then pump it back through CSV to InSpec and get, I don't know. I don't know if that was the intent. Is this the inverse of this?
Yeah,
two slightly different formats.
Those are old. I need to refresh,
right.
And they don't get used heavily. So, but the InSpec to XLS to InSpec is heavily used. InSpec to checklist is heavily used, where you create this checklist of your InSpec results. XCDF to InSpec, big deal. That's the disastigs. These are published stigs on XCDF format. You take the tool in just the XCDF and create InSpec profiles right for you. All you need to add is the describe blocks themselves, but all the metadata, check text, fixed text, misstep. Most of the profiles you saw through the course of this class is generated by XCDF to InSpec because they're more database, it's stick based.
Right. I mean, especially for the sticks.
Yeah. The first half, the summary compliance, those are heavily used in CI/CD pipelines, where you're trying to measure the compliance level as a stage in your pipeline.
Right. So like this, I'm setting this. I would like this to be my threshold, and this is the kind of thing that comes out.
You can get very granular. You can say, hey, I want minimum this much compliance with no critical or high fails. So you're able to set threshold as your organization is moving forward towards compliance.
This is used in our own InSpec profiles through GitHub Actions.
That's right.
So every time we change a profile, I don't know if you already mentioned this, the GitHub Actions actually spin up instances, run it, like for the Red Hat, for instance. It'll run it, come up with it will spin up. It'll harden the box. It'll not harden the box. And if it meets the proper things, it says, yep, things seem to be working from that aspect, especially in terms of errors, right?
That's right. Any other questions related to this or anything we talked over today? We go
No.
through these more details in the advanced course that's coming up.
I'm seeing we're almost 15 minutes. Are there any administrative things you need to be able to mention to folks before, if people have a hard stop at 4? I didn't want us to overtalk that.
Nope. Just I guess a preview of what we're going to be doing tomorrow is we will be taking a STIG, and it'll be very hands-on. We're gonna pretty much over half the day leave you to work on controls, converting them from STIG to InSpec format. We're gonna show a few examples and then recommend a couple that you could work on, but for the most part, it's very free form of what you want to work on, and take this opportunity to ask us as many questions as you'd like to get some real world experience of how you would normally take some sort of security guidance and then converting that to InSpec format for actually using it in a real world situation. We're going to have new boxes open tomorrow for the profile that we're going to be using. And yeah, other than that, I think that's pretty much all the admin stuff.
Okay. Oh, there was a question. Eugene, do you work with Josh Acklin? Yes. He is a key security engineer. I forgot his exact role name. Maybe Leo can help me with that.
Acting ISO right now, I believe, at GSS. So, yeah. I was just curious because he's doing a lot of this, in CMS right now. So it's almost like you two are working together on it.
So he's definitely
he's
the
ITOPS CMS Cloud ISO.
He is ISO. Good. All right.
Yeah. Contractor ISO.
So he's been watching and using this technology and working with their gold image team. And in terms of overlays of these overlays for tailoring. So.
Cool. Thank you.
Aaron, did you have any last words for the day before tomorrow? And Mo, we are going to be keeping the Cloud9s running this evening?
Yes. So, I think Aaron said that earlier. The Cloud9s will be up and running. I will be tearing down the targets a little bit later today and then getting the new targets for tomorrow set up and ready.
So there will be some changes happening. So don't be surprised. Yeah.
But as far as Cloud9 is involved, everything's going to stay the same. Your code's going to be there. It's just in that command that we were using to target that specific box, that's the box that's going to be getting shut down and removed.
Mo, did you have a chance to reference some of the other content, the parallel content on the syllabus about installing InSpec on your own if they want to?
No, I have not.
Do you want me to share, or do you want to share that?
Sure.
Yeah, I went through that, and it looks like some of the documentation points to deprecated modules. So I used the most current modules and it seemed to still work.
Oh,
So if you hover over the install right here, we have, depending on what type of operating system you're running, you can choose what to do. And Chef provides you with a package installer. So just by running this curl command, it'll install InSpec for you on Linux. Alternatively, there is the terminal install if you want to go ahead and get all its dependencies and then get the gem from Ruby for InSpec. Other than that, Mac install is the same as the Linux install. And then, or
You scroll
similar.
down on the Mac install just a little bit. See there where it says RBENV install 2.3.0?
Okay, right here.
They're deprecated.
Oh yeah, that's an older
yeah
Ruby version.
Sorry. Yeah. Thanks.
oh,
So
so
yeah,
that has to be updated.
I believe it still should. Oh no, Arben probably doesn't have it in their repository anymore. So yeah, we can update that. But yeah, once you update download a new Ruby version, then you can go ahead and gem install InSpec and get the bundler as well.
Just for everybody, it's 3.0.0 is the current release, and it worked for all the other instructions flow.
Otherwise, that's the option 2 route. If you wanted to just click on or copy this command, this will
that's
do
what
the
I
whole
use
process for you.
I always try that first.
Yep.
So it makes it so much easier.
And then for Windows, there is also
similar PowerShell as well. Command.
Just run that through PowerShell and it'll automatically install it for you. Otherwise, you can go through installing Ruby and then installing.
Why would I do all that if I can just?
The one-liner is easier, but if you prefer to do it manually and be aware of what the whole script is doing, then that's another option for you.
I'm old school. I started on DOS, so I was used to typing.
So yeah, I mean, that's good because after Cloud 9, of course, after this class, you can still, know how to set up on your own.
And I think that's it from us, at least. Eugene.
Okay. Did you all have any kind of discussion about Sync Auditor or the Sync project?
No, I don't think we mentioned it.
So since we have a few more minutes, I'll just mention, and Aaron explains it well, but am I still displaying?
Yep, you're displaying.
So there's an explanation in the FAQ about the difference between Chef, the company's InSpec. They became a big advocate for InSpec, obviously. It's still open source, but their binaries, if you use them on production, they prefer you have some kind of corporate arrangement with them. So the Sync project, however, has worked with Chef. It's kind of like the CentOS version of Red Hat, right? So where the source code is always open source, but the Sync project, which stands for Sync is not Chef, it's recursive name, they have been working with Chef to create totally open source binary versions of the same. So if there's ever any real concern or you're just not comfortable with that, there's this option as well. And so gradually we're changing our READMEs to say, hey, just go ahead and load the latest Sync Auditor or Sync Workstation when that comes out. Because Sync Workstation is, or Chef Workstation includes InSpec, but it has the full Ruby environment in case InSpec needs a few gems that aren't part of core. if that's the layman's term for it. And it helps it, it makes it easier to install Heimdall tools or InSpec tools later on down the road because you just do gem installs. Anywho, just wanted to make you familiar with the sync project. They've worked with Chef on removing trademarks and the things that are in the source code so that it is clean and independent of the binaries at Chef, but the core source code is still the same. So it functions the same way. Well, I see it looks like a number of participants have already dropped off for the day. Are there any last questions or points that the TAs or teachers want to make?
All good from us.
Okay. And the logins and everything will be the same tomorrow morning?
Yep, that is correct.
So hopefully our logistics will be a little easier tomorrow morning. And I think Aaron had got pulled away on something. Mo, thank you so much. And Roni and all the TAs on this. So I think we can give people back a few minutes and regroup tomorrow.
Thank you all for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. See you tomorrow.